Well, that was fun. There's only one thing left to do now. Read Animal Farm. You really think I should? I mean, of course I should. Well, if I'm gonna, I've already said, you know, the intro picture that I picked, you know, the book and then the beer. I might as well drink it. Ooh, fucking hell, that's strong. 100 pages or 50 pages or something like that. 50 pages, 55 pages, I can see it now. Animal Farm. Well, here we go. So Animal Farm was written by George Orwell, a name that you will forever hear about. However, the man himself was not appreciated in his time. He's basically from the 2020s, and he was just back there seeing the future, and he's writing about it. From his point of view, of course. But he was an intellectual, intelligent man. Just life did not treat the man the same way that you would expect a man of that caliber to be. But then again, plenty of people with that level of intelligence get left in the dust. And because they get left behind, it's kind of difficult to pinpoint their worth to society. See, some people, terrible, terrible, terrible people to be around as friends, terrible people to be around as co-workers, but there could be amazing parents, amazing teachers. They might do or have something that just pours it out. But in general, they might be pieces of shit. But they might be very, very good at teaching. They might be a fucking amazing firefighter, copper, soldier, pilot. Could be amazing at anything, but they could be shitty in general. And we forget to appreciate the things that we do for each other. We do forget that, the small little things. And from what I've gathered, I'm a fucking idiot, by the way, but what I've gathered about George Orwell is that he seemed to understand the difference between collective responsibility and individual right. So collectively, yeah, we should be more careful. Just careful with when and how we share our ideas. See, what I've found from that fucking 1984, just from his writings and the book inside the book and all that other stuff, it's putting those individual rights into the hands of someone else and then making the collective behave as those people in charge want you to behave. That's what he saw coming. He saw governments and dictatorships. He saw them coming. He saw them right there. He knew they were coming back. They're always going to come back. You see, religion doesn't need a god, by the way. Religion does not need a god. And it turns out that religions are responsible for what's happening. But either way, oh well, Animal Farm. I think I know what the book's about. I've never paid attention to Animal Farm or Orwell. It's over the past so many years of my interest in philosophies and ideas, and I think 15, 20 years or so of this kind of thought. And Orwell's never passed into my peripheral to focus on. So ever since, what happened originally with 1984? I thought, okay, fine, let's go get a book, let's go read it. And instead of reading the book, I just put my hand on fucking pages, went, what page are we on? Okay. And then I found the closest chapter. So I looked for one chapter, looked for the other chapter, picked the closest chapter to wherever I was. Or act, or whatever you want to call it. And then I read it, and it was a torture scene. And it was visceral. I had fucking imagery in my head and everything. It was nothing compared to what the movie showed. But what I saw in my head was so much more harrowing. However, the movie made it a lot more sterile and panic-inducing. You know, just from the emptiness of it, which was a fantastic choice, by the way. But I read that and it hit me. I was like, fucking yes. Fucking yes. Whatever this is, I want to read what leads me to this moment. This moment is fucking, it's killing me. And I knew this was coming, but I didn't know why, when, how, who, what. And all I had was a couple of names that I didn't really understand. And I started reading the book, and it fucking gripped me, captivated me. And as I was reading it, you know, I found that some of the situations are a little bit heartbreaking or terrible or hard to read, hear, think about. So I decided to use accents, because it just lightened it up a little bit. Just a little bit, just enough. Just enough for me to sit there and think to myself, oh, you know what? I think I can read it. and keep doing this every time I'm uncomfortable. And bear in mind, I'm not the kind of person who goes to the doctor and tells him that, ooh, being outside is scary. Of course it's scary. There's millions of people in the world. A few of them definitely want you dead. Whether or not by choice, by chance, or coincidence, that is just true. It is just true. Somebody wants you out of this world. That's just true. Now, if you go to the doctor and explain that, you're going to be called paranoid, you're going to be called schizophrenic, but it's just true. Okay? There is no such thing as paranoia when people are looking at you. No such thing. And believe me, they're watching. Whether or not they have high power, whether or not they're a low life, whether it doesn't matter who they are. Doesn't matter. Someone does. Whether or not it's for a real reason, an imagined reason, doesn't really matter. Either one of them, they'll want you gone. And I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that reading this made me anxious. Oh, it got me depressed. Of course it did. It's supposed to. You're supposed to invite those feelings. You see, society and humanity, we've gotten to a point now where we are very, very comfortable. The elements don't bother us. Right now it's terrible outside. Can you imagine me having these lucid, slow, methodical thoughts, shivering in the wind and the rain, looking for a place that's not drafty, you know, just trying to find a cave or something? Can you imagine me trying to have these thoughts? It won't happen. But we're in a very comfortable place. We can mostly stay alive relatively easily. Alright? There's no struggle, there's no mistakes, there's no real problems. And because of it, our collective ideas have started to bleed. And they're not bleeding in a good way. They're bleeding like we're panicking. I have an idea. Oh yeah, I've got an idea. I'll share the idea with the world. Why? I don't know. I'm scared I'm wrong. Or I'm scared other people won't believe me. Or, you know, whatever the excuse is going to be. And it's... Instead of just living as you are, an individual, alone, inherently alone, inside your own head, only experiencing the people around you, only experiencing them, never actually knowing them. So you can only judge on what you've experienced. With that being said, there's people out there that feel the same about you, that you're just an experience to them. This is where performers and entertainers step in, and this is where storytellers come in. And people who can take you on adventure, they settle you down, make you comfortable, then they tell you a story, and it's up to you to make it real, believable, physical, or tangible in some way. And then you listen to these stories. I mean, War of the Worlds. War of the Worlds. That should be top of the fucking list of anything that I'm talking about. This guy was so fucking convincing on the radio, so convincing as he read this story, announced it as a story, and then, for some reason, the whole nation, crazy, fucking nuts. Aliens have landed! They're killing people! Oh, the humanity is terrible! Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Panic set from the radio. Really? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. That's because you keep giving up your security and safety. You expect to be told how to live, survive, or just exist. You expect it. And because someone stood up and went, aliens are here, what do we do? Don't worry. Don't worry. The same thing happened about 60 years later. Don't worry about that. There was this TV show in the UK and announced itself, advertised itself, showed itself off, and then it says, yeah, we're going to be doing this this haunted house thing. People got truly invested and believed it were real. Like they believed it. They didn't understand it was just a joke or a lie or charlatans. They didn't understand it, and people fell for it. Like badly fell for it. But that's because they keep giving up their individual freedoms for collective ideas instead. Instead of having collective ideas and then acting on your individual freedoms, they are acting on collective ideas instead. And they're just forgetting about their individual shit. Because then when you go to work, when you go into the street, when you go do stuff, and you see, experience, or are exposed to things that shouldn't really be there, you know, like drag queens reading stories to kids. I don't understand that one little bit. I do not accept or agree with men dressing up in women's clothing and then exclusively being looked at by kids. No, not a fan. Not a fan. Because those kids, what they need to be doing is studying. They need to be in school. They need to be exposed to what kids do. They need to be exposed to architecture, science, maths, languages. They need to be exposed to the world. They need to be exposed to religions. They don't need to be exposed to you. I'm not a big fan of children. When they're around, I will do my best to be respectful. No bad language, smoking, drinking, you know, none of that stuff. No awful conversations, especially if there's a kid in earshot. I've got many friends who, when their kids are at home, we fuck off and go outside and smoke or drink. We distance ourselves from their kids. When their kids want us, we all agree to put the stuff away. Mum and dad would stand up, go inside, go do the things the kids need to do. You know, completely separating the two. Because can you imagine, right? When I was a kid, not imagine, but this is a story now. When I was a kid, I saw adults doing drinking, smoking, dancing, doing whatever at parties and at other gatherings and whatnot. And these moments went strange simply because it was family. And because it was family, this is how we get together and how we have fun. Alright, let's all drink and let's all listen to Rocky Horror songs. Let's all drink and fucking blast out Meatloaf. Let's fucking drink and get wasted to Black Sabbath. This is what the family does. This is brilliant. But while the kids are around, while I was around, that wasn't the case. It'd be a pleasant, polite sitting in the living room, hanging around the kitchen, just a polite conversation. Oh, look, one of the kids. Hey, mate, how are you? Do you want a sandwich? Yeah, I have a sandwich. Go on, go over there for a bit. We're just having a conversation here. There you go. Off you go. Sorted. But the kids would see and experience the parents drinking, being polite. They would see all the other adults that they can trust being around them, being polite. Can you imagine if one of the uncles or one of the aunties dressed up entirely, just for the sake of it, as the opposite sex? Can you imagine Uncle Jack walking through in a red tight leather lace and fucking outfit, everything corset, stockings, fishnets, the rest of it, and he's there and he's feeling sexy, he's feeling horny, he's feeling right, and he's with family and kids? Is that okay? Now, I would say no, it's not okay. However, family does this thing where we allow a lot of idiosyncrasies to just slide under the table. And we keep giving that power up. And when we give that power up, we allow ourselves to be controlled in various ways. Ooh, weird various ways. Well, that's my take anyway. My take from the Orwell thing. I want to know why people keep popping in and popping out. It's literally titled Animal Farm. The front page, before you know, when you click on the thumbnail, that says Animal Farm on it. It's Got a picture of beer next to it to let you know. And I also put a light-hearted romp. You know, yesterday, my stream that I did for, what was it, 3 hours? I had a total, I think it was, no, sorry, it was 2 hours. It was 2 hours and 34 minutes, 2 hours 36 minutes, something like that. 3 hours. 2 hours and 30 something minutes. Are you ready for this? This is amazing numbers here. A total time of 10 minutes and 12 seconds watched. A total. Now, that's divided between, what was it, 24, 25 people? Can you do the math? Do the math. Split that 10 minutes to 25 people. Split it. How much time is that? We're talking less than a minute for each and every one of them. Which is quite the shame. It really is quite the shame. See, it's not like I'm advertising or telling people this is going to be incredibly awesome. This is just a simple, I want to read a book. And I don't understand how you can click on this when it's literally called entertainment. There's nothing more entertaining than reading a fucking story. Whether or not I'm acting it out is different. It don't really change what's going on. I don't get how doing this is going to be any different than you watching some fucking idiot drink or eat some fucking copious amount of food. Ridiculous. This is Animal Farm by George Orwell. Published in 1945. I wonder if it was published after the war. One. Mr. Jones of the Manor Farm had locked the hen houses for the night, but was too drunk to remember to shut the potholes. Excuse me. I am going to burp a lot, by the way. I've been trying to talk so much just so I can get a lot of the burps out. It's not happening. I've tried. With the ring of light from his lantern dancing from side to side, he lurched across the yard, kicked off his boots at the back door, drew himself a last glass of beer from the barrel in the scullery, and made his way up to the bed. Up to bed, where Mrs. Jones was already snoring. As soon as the light in the bedroom went out, there was a stirring and a fluttering all through the farm buildings. Word had gone round during the day that old Major, the prize middle white boar, had a strange dream on the previous night and wished to communicate it to the other animals. It had been agreed that they should all meet in the big barn as soon as Mr. Jones was safely out the way. Old Major, so it was called, thought the name under which he had been exhibited. Old Major, so he was always called, though the name under which he had been exhibited was Willingdon Beauty. So his name's Willingdon Beauty, but they call him Old Major. Got ya. Was so highly regarded on the farm that everyone was quite ready to lose an hour's sleep in order to hear what he had to say. Oh, isn't that polite? Isn't that polite? Do. Go on, give me control. Thank you. At one end of the big barn, on a sort of raised platform, Major was already ensconced on his bed of straw under a lantern which hung from the beam. He was 12 years old and had lately grown rather stout, but he was still a majestic-looking pig with a wise and benevolent appearance in spite of the fact that his tushes had never been cut. Before long, the other animals began to arrive and make themselves comfortable after their different fashions. First came the 3 dogs, Bluebell, Jessie, and Pincher, and then the pigs, who settled down on the straw immediately in front of the platform. The hens perched themselves on the windowsills, the pigeons fluttered up to the rafters, the sheep and cows lay down behind the pigs and began to chew the cud. The 2 cart horses, Boxer and Clover, came together, walking very slowly and setting down their vast, hairy hoofs with great care, lest there should be some small animal concealed in the straw. Clover was a stout, motherly mare, approaching middle life, who had never quite got her figure back after her 4th fall. Boxer was an enormous beast, nearly 18 hands high, and as strong as 2 ordinary horses, but put together. A white stripe down his nose gave him a somewhat stupid appearance, and in fact he was not of first-rate intelligence, but he was universally respected for his steadiness of character and tremendous powers of work. After the horses came Muriel, the white goat, and Benjamin, the donkey. Benjamin was the oldest animal on the farm, and the worst-tempered. He seldom talked, and when he did, it was usually to make some cynical remark. For instance, he would say that God had given him a tail to keep the flies off, but that he would sooner have no tail and no flies. I mean, yeah, sure, why not, right? Alone among the animals on the farm, he never laughed. If asked why, he would say that he saw nothing to laugh at. Nevertheless, without openly admitting it, he was devoted to Boxer. The two of them usually spent their Sundays together in a small paddock beyond the orchard, grazing side by side and never speaking. Oh. Now those 2 are best friends. Clearly. What was that? Boxer. So he's friends with Boxer. Benjamin and Boxer. Benjamin and Boxer. Okay. So if that's Benjamin and Boxer, those 2 are friends, they never talk. Best friends, of course. I think I'm going to read the whole book today. I mean, I'm already on page 3. The 2 horses had just lain down when a brood of ducklings, which had lost their mother, filed into the barn, cheeping feebly and wandering from side to side to find some place where they would not be trodden on. Clover made a sort of wall around them with her great foreleg, and the ducklings nestled down inside it and promptly fell asleep. At the last moment, Molly, the foolish, pretty white mare who drew Mr. Jones's trap, came mincing daintily in. Mincing! Chewing at a lump of sugar. She took a place near the front and began flirting her white mane, hoping to draw attention to the red ribbons it was plaited with. Last of all came the cat, who looked around, as usual, from the warmest place, and finally squeezed herself in between Boxer and Clover. There she purred contentedly throughout Major's speech, without listening to a word of what he was saying. That's annoying. That is annoying. One of my mates have cats, and sometimes the cat will just be there, and he'll be talking to the cat and stroking his cat, and you can hear the cat like a fucking motor. And it's like, dude, and he's just talking to his cat, going, "Oh, you love this. You having a good day? Do you want some tweets? I'll give you some tweets." And he's there stroking his fucking cat. Are you kidding me, mate? I don't think your cat's paying attention. Have you seen it? Its legs are out. What the fuck? Are you paying attention? I don't think my friend understands. This guy knows. This was 100 years ago. All the animals were now present except Moses, the tame raven, who slept on a perch behind the back door. When Major saw that they had all made themselves comfortable and were waiting attentively, he cleared his throat and began. You see, that's one thing I've noticed about Orwell. Lists. fucking lists all the time. Fucking lists. Alright, I put the page there so you can't read ahead. Because I'm a dick like that. Apparently, it's annoying that I'm sat in front of the page. You know that you can't read this section here. That's behind me. You can't read that. Because you can't read that, apparently this is bad framing. I don't think it is. I don't think it is, because first of all, I'm sure you can infer what these last, two words are on each line. I'm sure you can infer that. What's that say there? Which. So there's two words after the word which. Can you tell me what they are? I mean, there's only a couple of words missing. What about that word? Chewing. Which is chewing. There's three words there. One of them's a single letter word beginning with A. Right, let's read his speech. Comrades, you have heard already about the strange dream that I had last night, but I will come to that dream later. I have something else to say first. I do not think, comrades, that I shall begin with you for many months longer. That I shall be with you for many months longer. And before I die, I feel it my duty to pass on to you such wisdom as I have acquired. I have had a long life. I have had much time for thought, as I lay alone in my stall. And I think I may say that I understand the nature of life on this earth as well as any animal now living. It is about this I wish to speak to you. Now, comrades. Comrades? Comrades. Comrade. Comrade. Camaraderie. Camaraderie. Yeah. Now, comrades, what is the nature of this life of ours? Let us face it. Our lives are miserable, laborious, and short. We are born. We are given just so much food as will keep the breath in our bodies, and those of us who are capable of it are forced to work to the last atom of our strength. And the very instant that our usefulness has come to an end, we are slaughtered with hideous cruelty. No animal in England knows the meaning of happiness or leisure after he is a year old. No animal in England is free. The life of an animal is misery and slavery. That is the plain truth. But this is simply part of the Is this simply part of the order of nature? Is it because this land of ours is so poor that it cannot afford a decent life to those who dwell upon it? No, comrades. 1,000 times no. The soil of England is fertile. Its climate is good. It is capable of affording food in abundance to an enormously greater number of animals than now inhabit it. The single farm of ours would support 12 horses, 20 cows, hundreds of sheep, and all of them living in comfort and dignity that are now almost beyond our imagining. Why then do we continue in this miserable condition? Because nearly the whole of the produce of our labour is stolen from us by human beings. There, comrades, is the answer to all of our problems. It is summed up in a single word. Man. Man is the only real enemy we have. Remove man from the scene, and the root cause of hunger and overwork is abolished forever. Man is the only creature that consumes without producing. He does not give milk. He does not lay eggs. He is too weak to pull the plough. He cannot run fast enough to catch rabbits. Yet he is lord of all the animals. He sets them to work. He gives back to them the bare minimum that will prevent them from starving, and the rest he keeps for himself. Our labour tills the soil, our dung fertilizes it, and yet there is none of us that earns more than his bare skin. I'm sorry. This feels like you're yelling at me. This feels mean. I'm sorry. I mean, if it was my choice, I would just hunt my own food. If it was my choice, but unfortunately, we've done this thing called agriculture. Oh, that we've called agriculture. I do apologise. This guy's telling me off, though. You cows that I see before me, how many thousands of gallons of milk have you given during this last year, and what has happened to that milk which should have been breeding up sturdy calves? Every drop of it has gone down the throats of our enemies. And you hens, how many eggs have you laid in this last year, and how many of those eggs have hatched into chickens? The rest have all gone to the market to bring in money for Jones and his men. And you, Clover, where are those 4 foals you bore? Who should have been the support and pleasure of your old age? Each was sold at a year old. You will never see one of them again. In return for your 4 confinements and all your labour in the fields, what have you ever had except your bare rations and a stall? And even the miserable lives we lead are not allowed to reach their natural span. For myself, I do not grumble, for I am one of the lucky ones. I am 12 years old, and I have had over 400 children. Such is the natural life of a pig, but no animal escapes the cruel knife in the end. You young porkers who are sitting in front of me, every one of you will scream your lives out at the block within a year. To that horror we all must come. Cows, pigs, hens, sheep, everyone. Even the horses and the dogs have no better fate. You, boxer, the very day that those great muscles of yours lose their power, Jones will sell you to the knacker, who will cut your throat and boil down for the foxhounds. As for the dogs, when they grow old and toothless, Jones ties a brick around their necks and drowns them in the nearest pond. It is not crystal clear, then, comrades, that all the evils this life of ours spring from the tyranny of human beings. Only get rid of man, and produce of our labour will be our own. Almost overnight we will become rich and free. What then must we do? Why work night and day, body and soul, for the overthrow of the human race? This is my message to you, comrades. Rebellion! I do not know when the rebellion will come. It might be in a week, or in 100 years, but I know, as surely as I see this straw beneath my feet, that sooner or later justice will be done. Fix your eyes on that, comrades, throughout the short remainder of your lives. And above all, pass on this message of mine to those who come after you, so that future generations shall carry on the struggle until it is victorious. And remember, comrades, your resolution must never falter. No argument must lead you astray. Never listen when they tell you that man and the animals have a common interest, that the prosperity of the one is prosperity of the others. It is all lies. No man serves the interest of no creature except himself. And among us, animals, let there be perfect unity, perfect comradeship in the struggle. All men are enemies, all animals are comrades. At this moment, can I just pop that back there? Do that again. There we go. It's quite an epic drop, that, isn't it? I like that speech. I like that speech. Orwell knows how to write. I'll give him that. He really knows how to write. Even I felt a little bit of a, yeah. So I can only imagine what's coming next. So just give me a minute. At this moment there was a tremendous uproar. While Major was speaking, 4 large rats had crept out of their holes and were sitting on their hindquarters, listening to him. The dogs had suddenly caught sight of them, and it was only by a swift dash for their holes that the rats saved their lives. Major raised his trotter for silence. "Comrades," he said, "here is a point that must be settled. The wild creatures, such as rats and rabbits, are they our friends or our enemies? Let us put it to the vote. I propose this question to the meeting. Are rats comrades? Comrades? What's this? What's this accent I've got going? Are rats comrades?" The vote was taken at once, and it was agreed by an overwhelming majority that the rats were comrades. Comrades, yeah. There were only 4 dissentients. The 3 dogs and the cat, who was afterwards discovered to have voted on both sides. Major continued. Yeah, they're our friends. Alright, now who says they're our enemies? Yeah, they're our enemies. Yeah. What the fuck? You dickhead. You fucking idiot. Yeah, no. You can tell the dogs are just trying to play both sides, can't you? It is a dog-eat-dog world after all. Question is, who are the rats? I have little more to say. I merely repeat, remember always your duty of enmity towards man and all his ways. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy. Whatever goes upon 4 legs or has wings is a friend. And remember also that in fighting against man, we must not come to resemble him. Even when you have conquered him, do not adopt his vices. No animal must ever live in a house, or sleep in a bed, or wear clothing, or drink alcohol, or smoke, or touch money, or engage in trade. Hang on a minute, isn't that what animals already do? One animal does a favour for another animal, that animal provides for the other animal, and it's just a chain. It's a chain where, like a cycle. And I'm quite sure it is intentional as well. This pig seems dodgy to me. Swan. All the habits of man are evil. And above all, no animal must ever tyrannize over his own kind, weak or strong, clever or simple. We are all brothers. No animal must ever kill another animal. All animals are equal. Humans are animals. Make up your mind, you swan. Make up your mind. And now, comrades, I'm going to adopt a voice for this, because I feel like I've got a bit of reading to do. Alright, it's going to go on for a moment, innit? Okay. I've got this. And now, comrades, I will tell you about my dream of last night. I cannot describe that dream to you. It was a dream of the earth as it will be when man has vanished. But it reminded me of something that I'd long forgotten. Many years ago, when I was a little pig, my mother and the other sows used to sing an old song of which they knew only the tune and the first 3 words. I had known that tune in my infancy, but it had long since passed out of my mind. Last night, however, it came back to me in my dream, and what is more, the words of the song also came back, words, I am certain, which were sung by the animals of long ago and have been lost to memory for generations. I will sing you that song now, comrades. I am old and my voice is hoarse, but when I have taught you the tune, you can sing it better for yourselves. It is called Beasts of England. Do hast. Sorry. It made me laugh. You get it because it's not English. Never mind. Never mind. Ah, immigrant song. Old Major cleared his throat and began to sing. As he had said, his voice was hoarse, but he sang well enough, and it was a staring time. Something between Clementine and the cucaracha. Oh, come on, man. So I've got to... Have I got to try and mix those together? Give me a second here. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. Peace of England, peace of Ireland, peace of every land and clime. Hearken to my joyful tidings of the golden future time. Soon or late the day is coming, tyrant man shall be overthrown, and the fruitful fields of England shall be trod by beasts alone. Rings shall vanish from our noses, all the harness from our back. Bit and spur shall rust forever, cruel whips no more shall crack. Riches more than mine can picture, wheat and barley, oats and hay. Clover beans and mangel wurzels shall be ours upon that day. Bright will shine the fields of England, purer shall its waters be. Sweeter yet shall blow its breezes on the day that sets us free. For that day we all must labor, though we die before it break. Does it keep going? It keeps going? Oh, okay. I thought that was going to be the end. Never mind. Cows and horses, geese and turkeys, all must toil for freedom's sake. Beasts of England, beasts of Ireland, beasts of every land and clime, hearken well and spread my tidings of the old, of the golden future time. The singing of this song threw the animals into the wildest excitement. Almost before Major had reached the end, they had begun singing it for themselves. Aww. I like the song, by the way. I like the song. Even the stupidest of them had already picked up the tune and a few of the words, and as for the clever ones, such as the pigs and dogs, they had the entire song by heart within a few minutes. And then, after a few preliminary tries, the whole farm burst out into Beasts of England in tremendous unison. This is just gonna wake up the fucking farmer. What the fuck's going on? That's all they're gonna hear, but never mind. Okay. The cows lowed it, the dogs whined it, and the sheep bleated it, the horses whinnied it, the ducks quacked it, and they were so delighted with the song that they sang it right through 5 times in succession, and might have continued singing it all night if they had not been interrupted. I just... Unfortunately, the uproar awoke Mr. Jones, who sprang out of bed, making sure that there was a fox in the yard. He seized the gun which always stood in the corner of his bedroom and let fly a charge of number 6 shot into the darkness. The pellets buried themselves into the wall of the barn, and meeting broke up hurriedly. Everyone fled to his own sleeping place. The birds jumped onto their perches. The animals settled down on the straw. The whole farm was asleep in a moment. That was interesting. Peace of England, peace of Ireland. Three nights later, old Major died peacefully in his sleep. His body was buried at the foot of the orchard. This was early in March. During the next 3 months, there was much secret activity. Major's speech had given the more intelligent animals on the farm a completely new outlook on life. They did not know when the rebellion predicted by Major would take place. They had no reason for thinking that it would be within their own lifetime, but they saw clearly that it was their duty to prepare for it. The work of teaching and organizing the others fell naturally upon the pigs, who were generally recognized as being the cleverest of the animals. Preeminent among the pigs were 2 young boars named Snowball and Napoleon, whom Mr. Jones was breeding up for sale. Napoleon was a large, rather fierce-looking Berkshire boar, the only Berkshire boar on the farm. Not much of a talker, but with a reputation for getting his own way, Snowball was a more vivacious pig than Napoleon, quicker in speech and more intentive, but was not considered to have the same depth of character. All the other male pigs on the farm were porkers. The best known among them was a small fat pig named Squealer, with very round cheeks, twinkling eyes, nimble movements, and a shrill voice. He was a brilliant talker, and when he was arguing some difficult point, he had a way of skipping from side to side and whisking his tail, which was somehow very persuasive. The others said of Squealer that he could turn black into white. I've met people that can kind of do that. I think Joe Rogan spoke to one of them recently. They were 3 elaborated old Major's teachings into a complete system of thought, to which they gave the name animalism. Several nights a week after Mr. Jones was asleep, they held secret meetings in the barn and expounded the principles of animalism to the others. At the beginning, they met with much stupidity and apathy. Some of the animals talked of the duty of loyalty to Mr. Jones, whom they referred to as Master, or made elementary remarks, such as, "Mr. Jones feeds us. If he were gone, we should starve to death." Others asked if such questions as, "Why should we care what happens after we're dead?" Or, "If this rebellion's to happen anyway, what difference does it make whether we work for it or not?" The pigs had great difficulty in making them see that this was contrary to the spirit of animalism. The stupidest questions of all were asked by Molly, the white mare. Oh, really? Really? The very first question she asked Snowball was, "Will there still be sugar after the rebellion?" "No," said Snowball firmly. "We have no means of making sugar on the farm. Besides, you don't need sugar. You'll have all the oats and hay that you want." "And shall I still be allowed to wear ribbons in my mane?" asked Molly. "Comrade," said Snowball, "those ribbons that you are so devoted to are the badge of slavery. Can you not understand that liberty is worth more than ribbons?" Molly agreed that she did not sound very convinced. But The pigs had an even harder struggle to counteract the lies put about by Moses, the tame raven. Moses, who was Mr. Jones's especial pet, was a spy and a talebearer, but he was also a clever talker. He claimed to know of the existence of a mysterious country called Sugar Candy Mountain, which to all animals went when they died. It was situated somewhere up in the sky, a little distance beyond the clouds, Moses said. In Sugar Candy Mountain, it was Sunday 7 days a week. Clover was in season all year round, and lump sugar and linseed cake grew on the hedges. The animals hated Moses because he told tales and did no work, but some of them believed in Sugar Candy Mountain, and the pigs had to argue very hard to persuade them that there was no such place. Yeah, but maybe, this is experience talking, okay, outside the book. Maybe you can tell them that the only way to get there is if they serve the correct causes. It's the people that don't help the rebellion. There you go. Now, that's out of the way. They don't have to think about that. They can think about the rebellion, get that right, and they're just going to go anyway. So, do the rebellion thing. There you go. I know it's manipulative, and I know it's the wrong way to do it. But for some people, it's worth it. Their most faithful disciples were the two cart horses, Boxer and Clover. These two had great difficulty in thinking anything else out for themselves, but having once accepted the pigs as their teachers, they absorbed everything that they were told and passed it on to the other animals by simple arguments. Nice. They were unfailing in their attendance at the secret meetings in the barn, and led the singing of the beasts of England. With which the meetings were always ended. That's kind of... I like that. But it does feel kind of cultish. Outside of this, it feels cultish. It does. I'm already feeling cult vibes. Oh, you want to be saved, do you? Join us. Oh, we sing this song. Oh, doesn't the song make you feel good? Oh, yeah. Rousing speeches. Oh, don't you feel great? If only I knew someone who did that kind of stuff. I think he was on Joe Rogan recently. Now, as it turned out, the rebellion was achieved much earlier and much more easily than anyone had expected. In past years, Mr. Jones, although a hard master, had been a capable farmer, but of late had fallen on evil days. He had become much more disheartened after losing money in a lawsuit, and had taken to drinking more than was good for him. For whole days at a time he would lounge in his Windsor chair in the kitchen, reading newspapers, drinking, and occasionally feeding Moses on crusts of bread soaked in beer. His men were idle and dishonest, the fields were full of weeds, the buildings wanted roofing, and hedges were neglected, and the animals were underfed. June came, and the hay was almost ready for cutting. On Midsummer's Eve, which was Saturday, Mr. Jones went into Wellington, and got so drunk at the Red Lion, there's one of those naming, that he did not come back till midday on Sunday. The men had milked the cows in early morning, whoops, I went the wrong way, and then had gone out rabbiting, without bothering to feed the animals. When Mr. Jones got back, he immediately went to sleep on the drawing-room sofa, with the news of the world over his face, so that when evening came the animals were still unfed. At last they could stand it no longer. One of the cows broke in the door and of the store shed with her horn, and all the animals began to help themselves from the bins. It was just then that Mr. Jones woke up. The next moment he and his 4 men were in the store shed, with whips in their hands, lashing out in all directions. This was more than the hungry animals could bear. With one accord, though nothing of the kind had been planned beforehand, they flung themselves upon their tormentors. Jones and his men suddenly found themselves being butted and kicked from all sides. The situation was quite out of their control. They had never seen animals behave like this before, and this sudden uprising of the creatures whom they were used to thrashing and maltreating, just as they chose, frightened them almost out of their wits. After only a moment or two, they gave up trying to defend themselves and took to their heels. A minute later, all 5 of them were in full flight down the cart track that led to the main road, with the animals pursuing them in triumph. Mrs. Jones looked out of the bedroom window, saw what was happening, and went back to bed. Hurriedly flung a few possessions into a carpet bag and slipped out of the farm by another way. Moses sprang off his perch and flapped after her. Oh, the bed, right. Sorry, I just imagined the farmer, Mr. Jones. I don't know why. I read Moses and I thought Mr. Jones. Just imagined him going, "Wait up, darling," and then it hit me that it's the crow, croaking loudly. Meanwhile, the animals had chased Jones and his men out onto the road and slammed the 5-barred gate behind them. And so, almost before they knew what was happening, the rebellion had been successfully carried through. Jones was expelled and the manor farm was theirs. For the first few minutes, the animals could hardly believe in their good fortune. Their first act was to gallop in a body around the boundaries of the farm, as though to make quite sure that no human being was hiding anywhere upon it. Then they raced back to the farm buildings to wipe out the last traces of Jones' hated reign. Excuse me. You don't need the S, by the way. When you've got an S there and an apostrophe, you don't need the extra S there. The apostrophe implies the S when there's an S already present. So it should be Jones apostrophe, and then you just say Jones's. That's it. That's all it's for. Grammar. The harness room at the end of the stables was broken open. The bits, the nose rings, dog chains, cruel knives with which Mr. Jones had used to castrate the pigs and lambs were all flung down the well. Flung? How? The reins and the halters, the blinkers, the degrading nose bags were thrown onto the rubbish fire, which was burning in the... How'd they start a fire? So were the whips. All the animals capered with joy, and they saw the whips going up in flames. Snowball also threw onto the fire the ribbons with which the horses' manes and tails had usually been decorated on market days. "Ribbons," he said, "should be considered as clothes, which are the mark of a human being. All animals should go naked." I agree. Get naked. Fantastic idea. You ever seen most of these animals completely shaven? Yeah. Horrible. Horrible to look at. When Boxer heard this, he fetched the small straw hat which he wore in the summer to keep the flies out of his ears, and flung it onto the fire with the rest. Oh, he's gonna miss that, isn't he? He's gonna miss that. I wish I had a fucking hat or something. In a very little while, the animals had destroyed everything that reminded them of Mr. Jones. Napoleon then led them back to the store shed and served out a double ration of corn to everybody, with 2 biscuits for each dog. Then they sang Beasts of England from end to end 7 times running, and after that they settled down for the night, and slept as they had never slept before. But they woke at dawn as usual, and suddenly remembering the glorious thing that had happened, they all raced out into the pasture together. A little way down the pasture there was a knoll that commanded a view of almost the whole farm. Of most of the farm. Same thing. The animals rushed to the top of it and gazed down there. Gazed... What the fuck? Great. The animals rushed to the top of it and gazed around them. In the clear morning light, it was theirs. Everything that they could see was theirs. In the ecstasy of that thought, they gambolled round and round. They held themselves into the air in great leaps of excitement. They rolled in the dew. They cropped mouthfuls of sweet summer grass. They kicked up clods of the black earth and snuffed its rich scent. Snuffed? Yeah, sure. They made a tour of inspection of the whole farm and surveyed with speechless admiration the ploughland, the hayfield, the orchard, the pool, the spinney. It was as though they had never seen these things before, and even now they could hardly believe it was all their own. Then they filed back to the farm buildings and halted in silence outside the door of the farmhouse. That was theirs too. They were frightened to go inside. After a moment, however, Snowball and Napoleon butted the door open with their shoulders. and the animals entered in single file, walking with the utmost care for fear of disturbing anything. They tiptoed from room to room, afraid to speak above a whisper, and gazing with a kind of awe at the unbelievable luxury, at the beds with their feather mattresses, the looking glasses, the horsehair sofa, the Brussels carpet, the lithograph of Queen Victoria over the drawing-room mantelpiece. They were just coming down the stairs when Molly was discovered to be missing. Going back, the others found that she had remained behind in the best bedroom. She had taken a piece of blue ribbon from Mrs. Jones's dressing table, and was holding it against her shoulder and admiring herself in the glass in a very foolish manner. Fucking stupid horse. The others reproached her sharply, and they went outside. Some hams hanging in the kitchen were taken out for burial, and the barrel of beer in the scullery was stove in with a kick from Boxer's hoof. Otherwise, nothing in the house was touched. A unanimous resolution was passed on the spot that a farmhouse should be preserved as a museum. All were agreed that no animal must ever live there. The animals had their breakfast, and then Snowball and Napoleon called them together again. "Comrades," said Snowball, "it is 6:30, and we have a long day before us. Today we begin the hay harvest. But there is another matter that we must be attended to first." The pigs now revealed that during the past 3 months they had taught themselves to read and write from an old spelling book which had belonged to Mrs. So, hold on. Let me just finish the sentence. Mr. Jones's children, which had been thrown in the rubbish heap. So, they are using technology, reading and writing technology, which had just been denounced when all that horse wanted to do was wear a blue ribbon and be like, "Oh, and this wearing this stuff. This is a shame this is going." And they're all laughing at her for doing that. But these things for 3 months, while touting that you shouldn't adopt anything human, they've been learning to read and write. I think that those pigs are trying to take power. They're not listening to those fucking lessons. They're not listening to what they was told. They're not listening to the Rebellion Act or whatever it was they was doing. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Napoleon sent for pots of black and white paint and led the way down the 5-barred gate that gave onto the main road. Then Snowball, for it was Snowball who was best at writing, took a brush between the two knuckles of his trotter, painted out Manor Farm from the top bar to the gate, and its place painted Animal Farm. This was to be the name of the farm from now onwards. After this, they went back to the farm buildings. Hang on a minute. Let me finish. Where Snowball and Napoleon sent for a ladder which they caused to be set against the end of the wall of the big barn. So, not only they've learned to read and write, but they understand context, naming structures, they understand what these things mean. They've got descriptors and details for all of these little things that make sense, you know, when you translate. Oh, did they get lucky? Okay. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a leeway here. Maybe they got lucky. The book that we're learning from, you know, for learning for kids, apple, banana, farm. And then there's a picture of a farm. Oh, it looks like the farmhouse. And then it says at the front, farm. And at the front of this gate, it says Manor Farm. And they're looking at that going, oh, okay. And A says animal. It's like, huh, that's one of us. Animal, farm. Maybe that's how they came about it. Maybe they don't really understand what they're doing, but they do get the connection. So I think that's what they've done. To give them a little bit of leeway, you know. I don't want to poo-poo on the story, but you've got to suspend a little bit. I'm already accepting the fact they're learning to write, you know, but understanding context and stuff like that, I think they might have gotten lucky with the spelling book. This was to be the name of the farm from now onwards. After this, they went back to the farm buildings, where Snowball and Napoleon sent for a ladder, which they caused to be set against the end of the wall of the Big Bang. They explained that by their studies of the past 3 months, the pigs had succeeded in reducing the principles of animalism to 7 commandments. These 7 commandments would now be inscribed on the wall. They would form an unalterable law on the wooden wall. Wooden. You're just going to carve it into the wood. Okay. Unalterable. Alright. Just double checking. All the animals on the farm must live for even ever after. With some difficulty, for it is not easy for a pig to balance himself on a ladder, Snowball climbed up and set to work, with Squealer a few rungs below him holding the paint pot, and the commandments were written on the tarred wall in great white letters that could be read 30 yards away. They ran thus. The 7 commandments. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy. Whatever goes upon 4 legs or has wings is a friend. No animal shall wear clothes. No animal shall sleep in a bed. No animal shall drink alcohol, and no animal shall kill any other animal. No. I mean, he just gave those lists when he was giving the speech, but no, you're not paying attention. You've already bastardized the guy who died just recently. Fuck off. So, no, it was don't adopt anything by man, such as... That's it. But you've already taken up writing, and now you're taking up, like, hierarchies and structure. You're taking our social structure. No. I'm seeing what you're doing here. The pigs have got you by the fucking trotter, mate. You are not going nowhere. All animals are equal. It was very neatly written, and except that friend was written friend. And one of the S's was the wrong way around. Of course, the spelling was correct all the way through. Snowball read it aloud for the benefit of the others. All the animals nodded in complete agreement, and the cleverer ones at once began to learn the commandments by heart. Now, comrades, cried Snowball. Now, comrades, cried Snowball, throwing down the paintbrush, to the hayfield. Let's make a point of the honour to get to the harvest more quickly than Jones and his men could do it. But at the moment, the 3 cows, who had seemed uneasy for some time past, set up a loud lowing. They had not been milked for 24 hours, and their udders were almost bursting. After a little thought, the pigs sent for the buckets and milked the cows fairly successfully. The trotters were being well adapted for this task. Soon there were 5 buckets of frothing, creamy milk, at which many of the animals looked with considerable interest. What's going to happen to all that milk? Yeah. Jones used sometimes to mix some of it in our mash, said one of the hens. Never mind the milk, comrades, cried Napoleon, placing himself in front of the buckets. That will be attended to. The harvest is more important. Comrade Snowball will lead the way. I shall follow in a few minutes. I'll look after it. I'm in charge. You can trust me. Forward, comrades. The hay is waiting. So the animals trooped down to the hayfield and began the harvest. And when they came back in the evening, it was noticed that the milk's gone. Huh. But we left it with our trustworthy friend. And why is it? You break my heart. Is that chapter 4 coming now? 3. Oh shit. Jumping the gun a little bit, aren't I? How they toiled and sweated to get the hay in, but their efforts were rewarded, for the harvest was an even bigger success than they had hoped. Sometimes the work was hard. The implements had been designed for human beings and not for animals, and it was a great drawback. So they're using human technology now to do this. Instead of just living around, they're working. They said no trade. Do not trade. Don't do human things. Remember that. I'm already annoyed that they're doing this. And we've got 50 fucking pages to go. Oh, 40. Hang on. Almost 40. 42. Ah! Sometimes the work was hard and it was a great drawback. No animal was able to use any that involved standing on its hind leg. But the pigs, oh, standing on two legs. Naughty, naughty. Naughty, naughty, naughty. But the pigs were so clever that they could think of a way around every difficulty. As for the horses, they knew every inch of the field, and in fact understood the business of mowing and raking far better than Jones and his men ever had done. The pigs did not actually work, but directed and supervised the others. Of course they did, they're just fat layabouts. With their superior knowledge, it was natural that they should assume the leadership. Boxer and Clover would harness themselves to the cutter and horse rake. No bits of reins were needed in these days, of course. They tramped steadily round and round the field with a pig walking behind and calling out, "Gee up, comrade. Whoa back, comrade," as the case might be. And every animal down to the humblest worked at turning the hay and gathering it. Even the ducks and hens toiled to and fro all day in the sun, carrying tiny wisps of hay in their beaks. In the end they finished the harvest in 2 days, less time than they had usually taken Jones and his men. Moreover, it was the biggest harvest that the farm had ever seen. It's all gonna rot now. And on top of it, is it just sitting there in a big pile? You can't do that. I mean, even hay bales are a little bit too big, but you can't really leave stuff like that together. It's gonna rot. That's where you get your alcohol from, eh? Get high on that shit. Even the ducks and hens toiled, the tiny wisps in the beaks. In the end, they finished the harvest in 2 days. Less time. Sorry, I'm. Moreover, it was the biggest harvest the farm had ever seen. There was no wastage whatever. The hens and ducks with their sharp eyes and gathered up every last stalk, and not an animal on the farm had stolen so much as a mouthful. Yeah, so they think. Although that some of the work of the farm went like clockwork, the animals were happy as they never conceived it possible to be. Every mouthful of food was an acute positive pleasure, now that it was truly their own food, produced by themselves and for themselves. Produced? You do realise now, all of you very small animals, individually have to drop single seeds down and go do that again in preparation. You do understand that's going to take a long time. You thought Jones and that lot, they was cutting it down bits at a time just to make sure that it didn't all rot. I mean, not doled out to them by a grudging master. With the worthless parasitical human beings gone, there was more to eat for everyone. More for everyone to eat. Whatever, same thing. There was more leisure too. Inexperienced though the animals were, they met with many difficulties. For instance, later on in the year when they harvested the corn, they had not tread it out on the ancient style and blew away the chaff with their breath. Since the farm possessed no threshing machine, but the pigs with their cleverness and Boxer with his tremendous muscles always pulled them through. Boxer was the admiration of everybody. He had been a hard worker even in Jones's time, but now he seemed more like 3 horses than 1. There were days when the entire work of the farm seemed to rest on his mighty shoulders. From morning to night he was pushing and pulling, always at the spot where the work was hardest. He had made an arrangement with one of the cockerels to call him in the mornings half an hour earlier than anyone else, and would put in some volunteer labour at whatever seemed to be most needed. Before the regular day's work began, his answer to every problem, every setback, was, "I will work harder," which he had adopted as his personal motto. Oh, I will work harder. You fucking fool. But everyone worked according to his capacity. The hens and the ducks, for instance, saved 5 bushels of corn at the harvest by gathering up the stray grains. Nobody stole, nobody grumbled over his rations. And rations? I thought you could just take. By the way, do you know what they're explaining right now? Do you know what this structure is? Do you know what's going on? Would you like to know? I am quite certain this is communism. That's what this is, by the way. Just saying. I think. From my base understanding of all this fucking political bollocks. That's what I'm seeing right here. Or the Marxism one. Something like that. I think. But it's not National Socialism. But everyone waits calling the pathway, nobody grumbled, nobody shacked, or almost nobody. Molly, it was true, was no good at getting up in the mornings and had a way of leaving work early on the ground that there was a stone in her hoof. And the behaviour of the cat was somewhat peculiar. It was soon noticed that there was work to be done, and the cat could never be found. She would vanish for hours on end, and then reappear at meal times, or in the evening after the work was over, as though nothing had happened. But she always made such excellent excuses, and purred so affectionately, that it was impossible not to believe her good intentions. Oh, but I heard you talking, and I went behind the house. I thought you was gonna go there to help do the, the stuff behind the house. Yeah. Okay, I believe you. I believe you. You do? Oh, thank you very much. Really? That's what's going on right there, by the way. That's what's going on right there. Old Benjamin, the donkey, seemed quite unchanged since the rebellion. He did his work in the same slow, obstinate way as he had done it in Jones's time, never shirking and never volunteering for extra work either. Smart man. About the rebellion and its results he would express no opinion. Smart man. When asked whether he was not happier now than when Jones was gone, now that Jones is gone, he would say only, donkeys live a long time. None of you has ever seen a dead donkey. And others had to be content with this cryptic answer. I think what he's trying to say is that we're around so much and for so long. When we go, you're not going to remember that blip. I'll be gone before you notice. Is he dead? Yeah, found this morning. Really? Yeah, Tim found him. Oh, Tim. What does Gretchen think about that? Don't know. I ain't spot to her yet. She ain't stopped crying. I don't know. On Sundays there was no work. Breakfast was an hour later than usual, and after breakfast there was a ceremony which observed every week without fail. Which was observed every week without fail. First came the hoisting of the flag. Snowball had found in the harness room for an old green tablecloth of Mrs. Jones' and had painted on it a hoof and a horn in white, almost like a hammer and sickle. This was run up the flagstaff in the farmhouse garden every Sunday at 8 morning. The flag was green, Snowball explained, represents the green fields of England, while the hoof and the horn signified the future republic of the animals. Which would you really think all the other animals are going to see that and understand the language you've been learning, the technology you've been using? Do you think they're going to get that? Give me a break. Give me a fucking break. Which will soon arise when the human race has been finally overthrown. After the hoisting of the flag, all the animals trooped into the big barn for a general assembly, which was known as the meeting. Here the work of the coming week was planned out and resolutions were put forward and debated. It was always the pigs who put forward the resolutions. The other animals understood how to vote, but could never think of any resolutions of their own. Snowball and Napoleon were by far the most active in debates, but it was noticed that these two were never in agreement. Whatever suggestion either of them made, the other could be counted on to oppose it, even when it was resolved, a thing no one could object to in itself. To set aside the small paddock behind the orchard as a home for the rest of animals who were past work, there was a stormy debate over the correct retiring age for each class of animal. The meeting always ended with the singing of the beasts of England. The afternoon was given up to recreation. The pigs had set aside the harness room as a quarters for themselves here. In the evenings they studied blacksmithing, carpentering, and necessary arts from books which they had brought out from the farmhouse. This really does feel counter to what was being spread by, the opening guy. I mean, it is, right? It is, right? Okay. Snowball also busied himself with organising the other animals into what he called animal committees. Told you, I told you this was coming. He was undefatigable at this. He formed the egg production committee for the hens, the Clean Tails League for the cows, the Wild Comrades re-education committee. The object of this was to tame the rats and the rabbits, and the whiter wool movement for sheep and various others. You know what? If all this goes to plan, as soon as a human shows up to fucking take the farm, they're gonna find all these amazing animals and they'll be like, this is brilliant. Perfect wool, perfect bodies, perfect tails, perfect skins, perfect hide, perfect, beautiful, yes. Oh no, we'll fight the humans. No you what? No you what? Sorry. Besides instituting classes in reading and writing, on the whole, these projects were a failure. The attempt to tame the wild creatures, for instance, broke down almost immediately. They continued to behave very much as before, and when treated with generosity, simply took advantage of it. The cat joined the re-education committee and was very active in it for some days. She was seen one day sitting on a roof and talking to some sparrows who were just out of her reach. She was telling them that all the animals were now comrades and that any sparrow who chose to come and perch on her paw, but the sparrows kept their distance. You could just see it right now, okay? We're all friends now. Come on. Just right here. Just land right there and I promise we'll accept you. Hey, I'm in the farm. Clearly I'm one of... No. Oh, you can just see the exchange in the sparrows. She's up to something. No, I'm not. Come on. She's up to something. Didn't she try getting you last week? Yeah, but I'm a changed cat. I'm a changed cat. I'm not the same. I've been to meetings and everything. I promise. You believe in this? You really think she... Nah. Don't think so. The reading and writing classes, however, were a great success. By the autumn, almost every animal on the farm was literate in some degree. As for the pigs, they could already read and write perfectly. The dogs learned to read fairly well, but were not interested in reading anything except the 7 Commandments. Muriel the goat could read somewhat better than the dogs, and sometimes used to read to the others in evenings from scraps of newspaper, which she found in the rubbish heap. Benjamin could read as well as any pig, but never exercised his faculty. So far as he knew, he said there was nothing worth reading. Clover learnt the whole alphabet. He could not put words together. Boxer could not get beyond the letter D. He would trace out A, B, C, D in the dust with his great hoof, and then would stand staring at the letters with his ears back, sometimes shaking his forelock, trying with all his might to remember what came next. On several occasions, indeed, he did learn E, F, G, H, but by that time he knew them. It was always discovered that he had forgotten A, B, C, and D. Finally... You meet someone, and then just for a laugh, you say to him, can you recite the alphabet? Yeah, sure. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. Stop. Did you just skip the first, like, 4 letters? No? E, F, G, H, I, J... Stop. What about A, B, C? Oh, yeah, of course. Silly me. A, B, C, D... I just... No. It's gone now, and now he just remembers the ABC thing. And finally, he decided to be content with the first 4 letters, and he used to write them out once or twice every day to refresh his memory. Oh, this is this mean? Is this funny? Is this cruel? I'm not too sure. Ah, Molly refused to learn any but the 6 letters which spell their own it. It's 5 letters. She would form these very neatly out of pieces of twig and would then decorate them with a flower or two and walk around them admiring them. I do feel bad for that horse. She's been pampered and luxurious for such a while, and now suddenly she is entirely separated and just on her own. That does kind of suck. None of the other animals on the farm could get further than the letter A. It was also found that the stupider animals, such as sheep, hens, and ducks, were unable to learn the 7 commandments by heart. After much thought, Snowball declared that the 7 commandments could in effect be reduced to a single maxim, namely, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. This, he said, contained the essential principle of animalism. Whoever had thoroughly grasped it would be safe from human influences. The birds at first objected, since it seemed to them that they also had 2 legs. But Snowball proved to them that this was not so. A bird's wing, comrade, he says, is an organ of propulsion and not of manipulation. It should therefore be regarded as a leg, and distinguishing mark of man is the hand. Okay. The instrument with which he does all his mischief. No, I don't. The birds did not understand Snowball's long words, but they accepted his explanation. And all the humbler animals set to work to learn the new maxim by heart, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, which was inscribed in the end wall of the barn, above the 7 commandments and in bigger letters when they had once got it by heart. The sheep developed a great liking for this maxim, and often as they lay in the field they would all start bleating, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, and keep it up for hours on end. Oh, God. I hope I don't live near that fucking farm. Napoleon took no interest in Snowball's committees. He said that the education of the young was more important than anything, and that could be done for those who were already grown up. It happened that Jessie and Bluebell both whelped soon after the hay harvest, giving birth between them to 9 sturdy puppies. As soon as they were weaned, Napoleon took them away from their mothers, saying that he would make himself responsible for their education. He took them up to the loft, which could only be reached by a ladder from the harness room. Didn't you get told no houses, no rooms, no buildings? Didn't you get told that once you've done the rebellion? What are you doing? And no beds. And they kept them in such seclusion that the rest of the farm soon forgot their existence. I told you it sounds like a cult. It sounds like someone's found a way of taking charge and they've started a fucking cult. Yeah, you twat. The mystery of where the milk went to was soon cleared up. It was mixed every day into the pig's mash. The early apples were now ripening, and the grass of the orchard was littered with windfalls. The animals had assumed as a matter of course that these would be shared out equally. One day, however, the order went forth that all the windfalls were to be collected and brought to the harness room for the use of the pigs. Really? So what happened to the way it was supposed to be? Why are the pigs suddenly getting everything? Are they going to distribute it? Okay. At this, some of the other animals murmured, but it was no use. All of the pigs were in full agreement on this point, even Snowball and Napoleon. Squealer was sent to make the necessary explanations to the others. Yeah, the one that shakes its fucking tail and gets people to say yes. Comrades, he cried, you don't imagine, I hope, that we pigs are doing this in the spirit of selfishness and privilege? Uh-huh. If it smells like pig shit, it's probably pig shit. Many of us actually dislike milk and apples. Yeah, I'm sure you fucking do. I dislike them myself. Our sole project in taking these things is to preserve our health. Milk and apples, this has been proved by science, comrades, contain substances absolutely necessary to well-being of a pig. We pigs are brain workers. The whole management of the organisation of this farm depends on us. Day and night, we're watching over your welfare. We're trying so hard. It is for your sake that we drink the milk and eat the apples. Do you know what would happen if we pigs failed in our duty? Jones would come back. Yeah, Jones would come back, surely, comrade, cried Squealer, almost pleadingly, skipping from side to side and whisking his tail. Surely there's no one among you who wants to see Jones come back. Now, if there was one thing that the animals were completely certain of, it was that they did not want Jones back. When it was put to them in this light, they had no more to say. The importance of... That's like arguing with somebody, and then they say to you, for no reason whatsoever, well, it's either that, or we kill all the babies. That's all it is. What does that have to do if you want a beer or a fucking shot? I know, right? But we can argue that, but these animals aren't smart enough to make that connection and fight it back. To what degree is Jones going to show up if that happens? Explain that. But he can't explain that, and these aren't smart enough to fight against it. This is exactly what they have done. The pigs have realised that they have all the power, and all these people rely on them for information. This appears to be a story telling you that disseminating information from one source is how things turn bad. This one pig that started this whole thing with his issues and his problems, it sounded like he truly saw a better world, and he really did. And the things he explained made sense for the animals. What they need to do is escape the fucking farm. These animals need to leave each other. The point of it is that, no, you don't get it. You live out there. You just live. No houses, no beds, no sashes, no nothing. Just go out and live. I promise. You'll have adventures. You'll have a good time. It'll be better out there. Better than in here. Because in here, you are a slave. Stop it. Go out there. And no one listened. All they heard was, yeah, they all agree. Okay, yeah, listen to us. These are the commandments. Yeah, the things he said. Do you remember the things he said? Yeah, but we're not going to pay attention to everything he said. Almost like a certain book that's been going around for 1,000 or 2 years. I am going to go for a piss, though. All right, nearly 2 hours of reading. Well, since you're so captivated, I'm going to put, I guess, some music or something on. How long are you? Minute 30. Oh, cool. I should be back before the second song finishes.
Boy and a girl fell in love, skies below, oceans above. Oh, they fell in love. They could sing of the heartbreaking town, long lost love, love never found. They never knew why. Boy and a girl, oceans apart, love in the air, broken hearts. When will we learn not to jump so far? Boy and a girl like to meet cute. Will they see it all the way through? When we know what it's like to be you. Generic love song touches your heart, makes you cry, tears you apart. When will you learn it's meant to do that from the start? From the start. Bring on the solo for the broken hearts.
This is our love, this is our soul. For the world, let them know. Let them know what is worth our love. Oh, wasn't that annoying? Alright. So, it was agreed. The importance of keeping the pigs in good health was all too obvious, so it was agreed, without further argument, that the milk and the windfall apples, and the main crop of apples, when they ripened, should be reserved for the pigs alone. Huh. I wonder if there's any fat cats in this story. Chapter 4. By the late summer, the news had happened, and the farm had spread across half the country. Every day, Snowball and Napoleon sent out flights of pigeons whose instructions were to mingle with the other animals of neighbouring farms to tell them the story of the rebellion, and to teach them the tune of the beasts of England. Most of this time, Mr. Jones had spent sitting in the tap room of the Red Lion at Wellington, complaining to anyone who would listen of the monstrous injustice he had suffered in being turned out of his property by a pack of good-for-nothing animals. The other farmers sympathized in principle, but they did not at first give him much help. At heart, each of them was secretly wondering whether he could not somehow turn Jones's misfortune to his own advantage. It was lucky that the owners of the two farms, which adjoined Animal Farm, were on permanently bad terms. One of them, which was named Foxwood, was a large, neglected, old-fashioned farm, much overgrown by woodland, with all of its pastures worn out and its hedges in disgraceful condition. Its owner, Mr. Pilkington, Carl, is that you? Was an easy-going gentleman farmer who spent most of his time in fishing or hunting according to the season. The other farm, which was called Pinchfield, don't know that, was smaller and better kept. Its owner was Mr. Frederick, a tough, shrewd man, perpetually involved in lawsuits with a name for driving hard bargains. These two disliked each other so much that it was difficult for them to come to any agreement, even in defence of their own interests. Nevertheless, they were both thoroughly frightened by the rebellion on Animal Farm, and very anxious to prevent their own animals from learning too much about it. At first they pretended to laugh and scorn the idea of animals managing a farm for themselves. The whole thing would be over in a fortnight, they said. They put it about that the animals on the manor farm, they insisted on calling it the manor farm. They would not tolerate the name Animal Farm. Were perpetually fighting amongst themselves and were also rapidly starving to death. When time passed and the animals had evidently not starved to death, Frederick and Pilkington My nose is getting all blocked up, it's bugging me. Frederick and Pilkington changed their tune, and began to talk of the terrible wickedness that now flourished on Animal Farm. It was given out that the animals there practiced cannibalism, tortured one another with red-hot horseshoes, and had their females in common. Sounds fun. This was what became of rebelling against the laws of nature, Frederick and Pilkington said. However, these stories were not fully believed. Rumours of a wonderful farm where the human beings had been turned out and the animals managed their own affairs continued to circulate in vague and distorted forms, and throughout that year a wave of rebelliousness ran through the countryside. Bulls which had always been tractable suddenly turned savage. Sheep broke down hedges and devoured the clover. Cows kicked the pail over. Hunters refused their fences and shot their riders on the other side. Horses? Not hunters, horses. Above all, the tune and even the words of Beast of England were known everywhere. It was spread with astonishing speed. The human beings could not contain their rage when they heard this song. Though they pretended to think it merely ridiculous, they could not understand, they said, how even animals could bring themselves to sing such contemptible rubbish. Why are the animals understandable? Stop it. Any animal caught singing it was given a flogging on the spot, and yet the song was irrepressible. The blackbirds whistled it in the hedges, and the pigeons cooed it up in the elms. It got into the din of the smithies in the tune of the church bells, and when the human beings listened to it, they secretly trembled, hearing it in prophecy of their future doom. Early in October, the corn was cut and stacked in somewhere was already threshed. A flight of pigeons came whirling through the air and alighted in the yard of Animal Farm in the wildest excitement. Jones and all his men, with half a dozen others from Foxwood and Pinchfield, had entered the 5-barred gate and were coming up the cart track that led to the farm. They were all carrying sticks, except Jones, who was marching ahead with a gun in his hands. Obviously, they were going to attempt to recapture the farm. This had long been expected, and all the preparations had been made. Snowball, who had studied an old book of Julius Caesar's campaigns, which he had found in the farmhouse, was in charge of defensive operations. He gave his orders quickly, and in a couple of minutes every animal was at his post. Give me a break. Am I really supposed to suspend disbelief to the point where animals, definitely as intelligent as humans, capable as humans, doing stuff like humans, they exist, and the humans aren't even letting that ride? They want to repress it and do more work? Sorry. Not following this. Oh, every animal's at his post. As the human beings approached the farm building, Snowball launched his first attack. All the pigeons, to the number of 35, flew to and fro over the men's heads and muted upon them from the mid-air. And while the men were dealing with this, the geese, who had been hiding behind the hedge, rushed out and pecked viciously at the calves of their legs. However, this was only a light skirmishing maneuver. They've got maneuvers now. What the fuck? Intended to create a little disorder, and the men easily drove the geese off with their sticks. Snowball now launched his second line of attack. Muriel, Benjamin, and all the sheep, with Snowball at the head of them, rushed forward and prodded and butted the men from every side, while Benjamin turned round and lashed at them with his small hoofs. But once again, the men with their sticks and their hobnailed boots were too strong for them, and suddenly, at a squeal from Snowball, which was the signal for retreat, all the animals turned and fled through the gateway into the yard. The men gave a shout of triumph. They saw, as they imagined, their enemies in flight, and they rushed after them in disorder. This was just what Snowball had intended. As soon as they were well inside the yard, the 3 horses and the 3 cows and the rest of the pigs, who had all been lying in ambush in the cowshed, suddenly emerged in their rear, cutting them off. Snowball now gave the signal for the charge. He himself dashed straight for Jones. Jones saw him coming, raised his gun and fired. The pellets scored bloody streaks along Snowball's back, and the sheep dropped dead. A sheep dropped dead. Without halting for an instant, Snowball flung his 15 stone against Jones's legs. Jones was hurled into a pile of dung, and his gun flew out of his hands. But most terrifying spectacle of all was Boxer, rearing up on his hind legs and striking out with his grey iron-shod hoofs like a stallion. His very first blow took a stable lad from Foxwood on the skull and stretched him lifeless in the mud. At the sight, several men dropped their sticks and tried to run. Panic overtook them, and the next moment all the animals together were chasing them around and around the yard. They were gored, kicked, bit, and trampled on. There was not an animal on the farm that did not take vengeance on them after his own fashion. Even the cat suddenly let off a rope into the cowman's shoulders and sank her claws into his neck, at which he yelled horribly. At a moment when the opening was clear, the men were glad enough to rush out of the yard and make a bolt for the main road, and so within 5 minutes of their invasion, they were in ignominious retreat by the same way as they had come, with a flock of geese hissing after them and pecking at their calves all the way. All the men were gone except one. Back in the yard, Boxer was pawing with his hoof at the stable lad, who lay face down in the mud, trying to turn him over. The boy did not stir. "He is dead," said Boxer sorrowfully. "I had no intention of doing that. I forgot that I was wearing iron shoes." "Who believed that I did not do this on purpose?" "No sentimentality, comrade," cried Snowball, from whose wounds the blood was still dripping. "War is war. The only good human being is a dead one." "I have no wish to take life, not even human life," repeated Boxer. "Aww." And his eyes were full of tears. "Oi! Where's Molly?" exclaimed somebody. Ah. I got smoke in my eye, I promise. "Where's Molly?" exclaimed somebody. Molly, in fact, was missing. For a moment there was a great alarm. It was feared that the men might have harmed her in some way, or even carried her off with them. In the end, however, she was found hiding in her stall with her head buried among the hay in the manger. She had taken to flight as soon as the gun went off, and when the others came back from looking for her, it was to find that the stable lad, who in fact was only stunned, had already recovered and made off. I'm glad the kid's okay. For Boxer. That one was a little bit rough, wasn't it? The animals had now reassembled in the wildest excitement, each recounting his own exploits in the battle at the top of his voice. An impromptu celebration of the victory was held immediately. The flag was run up, and the Beast of England was sung a number of times. When the sheep who had been killed, was given a solemn funeral, a hawthorn bush being planted on her grave. At the graveside, Snowball made a little speech, emphasizing the need for all animals to be ready to die for Animal Farm, if need be. The animals decided unanimously to create a military decoration. It's like the warning from the very fucking start has been entirely ignored. Are you kidding me? It wasn't that long ago. We're not talking centuries here, or even decades. Give me a fucking break. Fine. Animal hero first class. which was conferred there and then on Snowball and Boxer. It consisted of a brass medal. They were really some old horse brasses which had been found in the harness room, to be worn on Sundays and holidays. Worn. Isn't there a mayor somewhere who's being scorned for wearing things of Praz? Just saying. Just saying. There was also Animal Hero, second class, which was conferred posthumously on the dead sheep. Don't even have a fucking name, just the dead sheep. His name was Robert Paulson. What's that from? I'm kidding, you can't tell me. There was much discussion as to what the battle should be called. In the end, it was named the Battle of the Cowshed, since that was where the ambush had been sprung. Mr. Jones's gun had been found lying on the mud, and it was known that there was a supply of cartridges in the farmhouse. It was decided to set the gun up at the foot of the flagstaff like a piece of artillery, and to fire it twice a year. Once in October the 12th, the anniversary of the Battle of the Cowshed, and once on Midsummer's Day, the anniversary of the rebellion. You're gonna have to fire that every day eventually, don't. What are you taking traditions and stuff for? The whole fucking point of the rebellion was to get away from the fucking farm. What are you still doing there? It's like you've missed the point. Chapter 5. 30 pages to go. We don't really have that far to go, really. If I read it a bit quicker and, don't stop like I do. 5. As winter drew on, Molly became more and more troublesome. She was late for work every morning and excused herself by saying that she had overslept, and she complained of mysterious pains, although her appetite was excellent. On every kind of pretext, she would run away from work and go to the drinking pool, where she would stand foolishly gazing at her own reflection in the water. But there was also rumours of something more serious. One day, as Molly strolled blithely into the yard, flirting her long tail and chewing a stalk of hair, Clover took her aside. I was hoping to beat the hiccup, but I didn't. "Molly," she said, "I've something very serious to say to you." Oh, he's serious. Let's pay attention then. It's serious. "This morning, I saw you looking over edge that divides Animal Farm from Foxwood. One of Mr. Pilkinson's men was standing on the other side of edge, and I was a long way away. I'm almost certain that I saw this. He was talking to you, and you was allowing him to stroke your nose. What does that mean, Molly?" He didn't. I want. It's not true. I don't know where that one came from. The first one. I don't know where the first one came from. Cried Molly, beginning to prance about and paw the ground. It's not true. Molly, look me in the face. Do you give me your word of honour that that man was not stroking your nose? "'Tisn't true," repeated Molly, but she could not look Clover in the face. And the next moment she took to her heels and galloped away into the field. A thought struck Clover. Without saying anything to the others, she went to Molly's stall and turned over the straw with her hoof. Hidden under the straw was a little pile of lumps of sugar, several bunches of ribbons of different colours. I don't see the difference in that and the military decorations, because eventually your society is going to get comfortable enough to start rewarding beauty, and when you start rewarding beauty, those ribbons are going to be useful. I'm sorry, but you're thinking in such short, small terms, and you're ruining what was initially set forth. I don't like what's going on here. This is how society crumbles. You need to talk and be more understanding. You can't just ignorantly accept what other people say, because when you ignorantly accept it, you're basically hearing what they say and then adapting it for yourself. instead of listening to what they say. I mean, yeah, I get it. I've read it in a book and this is a story, but the point is all the same. Dude with great wisdom shares wisdom. People listen to wisdom. People don't understand wisdom. A couple of people who really do understand that kind of thing begin to disseminate and share, and then they seem like the kind of arbiters for that thing. We call them priests, and we call them legislators and lawmakers. That's what we call them. Because apparently they're the ones in charge. They're the ones who get to tell us what to do. We give up the ability to make those fucking decisions for them to decide for us instead of us knowing to do or not do. Does that make sense? And if she's talking to a human, she's not talking to a human. What's really going on is she misses being admired. She doesn't get admired. In fact, she's shunned aside by you a lot. So I get her distance. She's alone. I already pointed this out earlier. She's alone and she knows it. And now you're coming down upon her for no real reason other than, yeah, she had a little bit of it before you got there, so what? 3 days later, Molly disappeared. For some weeks, nothing was known of her whereabouts. Then the pigeons reported that they had seen her on the other side of Wellington. She was between the shafts of a smart dog cart painted red and black, which was standing outside of a public house. Pub. A fat, red-faced man in check breeches and gaiters, who looked like a publican, was stroking her nose and feeding her with sugar. Her coat was newly clipped and she wore a scarlet ribbon around her forelock. She appeared to be enjoying herself, so the pigeon said. None of the animals ever mentioned Molly again. Honestly, Molly ain't gonna suffer. Humans have this thing with beauty, and when we see things that are pretty or admirable, we like to keep them. We're like magpies. And if we can't find it, we'll probably make it. And we're like magpies. We'll pretend it's gold. In January, there came bitterly hard weather. The earth was like iron, and nothing could be done in the fields. Many meetings were held in the big barn, and the pigs occupied themselves with planning out the work of the coming season. It had come to be accepted that the pigs, who were manifestly cleverer than the other animals, should decide all questions of farm policy. Though their decisions had to be ratified by a majority vote, basically convince idiots. That's all the political system is. It's, can you convince enough stupid people to follow you? Because anyone let me finish reading this sentence. This arrangement would have worked well enough if it had not been for the disputes between Snowball and Napoleon. These two disagreed at every point where disagreement was possible. Beautiful. First line. So this is how it works. Yeah, these people are appointed by supposed knowledge, supposed intelligence, and they don't have it. They really don't. The people you call prime ministers, the people you call presidents or kings, they're just like you and me. They're fucking dumb. They're fucking dumb. But people like people who think are like dangerous. They're not welcome anywhere. People who want to be themselves aren't really welcome. This is the argument from the fucking alphabet side. This is these people. Oh, we're not accepted. And there's a difference between being accepted and then what you want to do. Does that make sense? Because don't get me wrong, if there's a surgeon out there who can, change your gender, like completely change you, like properly, your sex, like make you capable of producing proper milk, capable of producing proper sperm, if you can switch and have everything inside of you, yeah, that'd be fine. I don't see how that's a point of public give a fuck. It's when you pretend that you need to, when you're a man, you need to be a woman so you can fight in women's Olympics or women's competitions, but you're a dude. The only difference now is that a dick can go inside of you, in the front. That's it. Or worse, you don't even have that surgery, you just get the fucking hormone treatment and now you're a girl. What the fuck? Nah, if you want to do shit like that, you can do stuff like that, but when you start interfering with competitions and... I don't know how to explain it. It's just... It's obvious you don't do that. That's like that competition. Are you smarter than a fucking 10-year-old? It's okay. Are you actually smarter than a 10? Because they can absorb tons of information. They don't know how to use it, what it's for. They just know it. That's why it's fun to battle a fucking 10-year-old for that kind of information, because they can absorb it, but they don't fully understand it. Fuck it, even fucking 18-year-olds don't fully understand it. By the time you're like 25, you narrow down and you're like, oh right, yeah, you start to pass things out and you understand that everything's in a small little section. You understand where they overlap and what they're for. And it's dangerous when you start thinking that way. Because then, when it comes to this, when it comes to being ratified by a majority vote, people like me put their hand up to the pig and go, can you explain to me, just me, how you can fix this thing, or what this is for, or why this, or why have you chosen that? Yeah, sure, blah, 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 blah. Everyone cheers. I mean, fuck it, no, you've seen cartoons and shit constantly. I'm sure Simpsons and Futurama and all those other cartoons have done it, where you just got to convince stupid people by saying small things like 9/11. Yeah. You want to vote for me? I'm going to prevent 9/11. Okay. You want to vote for me? I'm going to prevent drought. I'm going to prevent starvation. Okay. How? I'm going to prevent it. How? What are you going to do? Yeah. He's going to prevent it. I'm going to vote for him. But someone like me is going to keep asking how. I want all the details. You fucking tell me that. It's like, that's interesting. Tell me. Tell me more. I want to know more. And the what? So they need so many idiots and dumb people. Like they've said, these animals can't read. They can't write. They can't fully understand what it is. They had to fucking whittle down 7 commandments to, what was it? A 4-letter, 2 legs good, 4 legs bad. Or 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Sorry. Bias. You can tell that's coming through, can't you? And that was still a bit too much for them to learn, so how are you going to get a majority vote, honestly? How are you going to have an honest majority vote? And Snowball and fucking Napoleon fighting each other. That they're just contrarians all the time. Always trying to fucking fight each other just for the sake of fighting it. Devil's advocate constantly. If one of them suggested sowing a bigger acreage with barley, the other was certain to demand a bigger acreage of oats. And if one of them said that such and such a field was just right for cabbages, the other would declare that it was useless for anything except roots. Each had his own following, and there were some violent debates. See, this is my point. All of the meetings, Snowball often won over the majority by his brilliant speeches, but Napoleon was better at canvassing support for himself in between time. He was especially successful with the sheep. Of late, the sheep had taken to bleating 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, both in and out of season. And they often interrupted the meeting with this. Well, I declare that we start planting in the field over by the north. Well, if we start planting in the north, we have to do it with cabbages. Well, I think we should 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Yes. Barley. I want to put barley in the field. No, it's got to be cabbages. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. That's true. I'm gonna go with the field thing. It's gonna be annoying as fuck. It was noticed that they were especially liable to break into fathers go to at crucial moments in Snowball's speeches. I nailed it. I fucking nailed it. Snowball had made a close study of some numbers of the farmer and stock breeder which he had found in the farmhouse, and was full of plans for innovations and improvement. He talked learnedly about field drain, silage, and basic slag, and he worked out a complicated scheme for all the animals to drop their dung directly in the fields at a different spot every day to save the labour of Carthage. Napoleon produced no schemes of his own, but said quietly that snowballs would come to nothing, and seemed to be biding his time. But all of the controversies, none was so bitter as the one that took place over the windmill. Ooh, the windmill. Ooh. In the long pasture, not far from the farm buildings, there was a small knoll. That means hill, by the way, which was the highest point in the farm. After surveying the ground, Snowball declared that this was just a place for a windmill, which could be made to operate a dynamo and supply the farm with electrical power. This would light the stalls and warm them in the winter. Okay. And would also run a circular saw, a chaff cutter and mango slicer, and an electric milking machine, and the animals had never heard of anything of this kind before, for the farm was an old-fashioned one and had only the most primitive machinery, and they listened in astonishment while Snowball conjured up pictures of fantastic machines which would do their work for them while they grazed in their ease in the fields, or improved in their minds with reading and conversation. Within a few weeks, Snowball's plans for the windmill were fully worked out. The mechanical details came mostly from 3 books which had belonged to Mr. Jones. 1,000 useful things to do about the house. Every man his own bricklayer and electricity for beginners. Snowball used as his study a shed which had once been used for incubators and had a smooth wooden floor, suitable for drawing on. He was closeted for hours at a time, with his books and his held open by a stone and a piece of chalk gripped between the knuckles of his trotter. He would move rapidly to and fro, drawing in line after line and uttering little whimpers of excitement. Gradually the plans grew into a complicated mass of cranks and cogwheels, covering more than half the floor, which were the other animals found completely unintelligible, but very impressive. Come on, man. You see, that's the typical person, yeah? That is an average moron. Okay, anything less than the average intelligence. So it's 50% and less. So anyone at less than 100 fucking points. These people will see that and they'll be like, makes no sense, but fucking hell, it's pretty. Thanks. I hope you understand that this is how we traverse space and time. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Does it come in green? Can you make it purple? You know, that's all they're bothered about. The fucking idiots. And I hate that it's been pointed out here. I hate it. It's annoying. It's annoying that it's so prevalent and people just don't fucking pay attention. All of them came to look at Snowball's drawings at least once a day. Even the hens and ducks came, and were at pains not to tread on the chalk marks. Only Napoleon held aloof. He had declared himself against the windmill from the start. One day, however, he arrived unexpectedly to examine the plans. He walked heavily around the shed, looked closely at every detail of the plans and snuffed at them once or twice, then stood for a bit while contemplating them out of the corner of his eye. He suddenly then lifted his leg, urinating over the plans, and walked out without uttering a word. You piece of shit. What the fuck are you doing? The whole farm was deeply divided on the subject of the windmill. Snowball did not deny that to build it would be difficult business. Stone would have to be carried and built up into walls, and then the sails would have to be made, and after that there would be need for dynamos and cables. How these were to be procured Snowball did not say, but he maintained that it could all be done in a year, and thereafter he declared so much labour would be saved that the animals would only need to work 3 days a week. Napoleon, on the other hand, argued that the great need of the moment was to increase food production, and that if they wasted time on the windmill they would all starve to death. The animals formed themselves into 2 factions under the slogan, "Vote for Snowball" and the 3-day week. and vote for Napoleon and the full manger. You see, if he's declaring it for a year, and he's declaring that doing that would starve you, stretch it. Just do it slower. Do it slower. Guarantee the food, and then do what you can for the windmill. Just do the windmill in spare. You know what I mean? I don't understand why you can't discuss this properly. Benjamin was the only animal who did not side with either faction. He refused to believe either that food would come more plentiful or that the windmill would save work. Windmill or no windmill, he said, life would go on as it had always gone on. That is, badly. Apart from the disputes over the windmill, there was the question of the defence of the farm. It was fully realised that, though the human beings had been defeated in the Battle of the Cowshed, they might make another more determined attempt to recapture the farm and reinstate Mr. Jones. They had all the more reason for doing so because the news of their defeat had spread across the countryside and made the animals of the neighbouring farms more restive than ever. As usual, Snowball and Napoleon were in disagreement. According to Napoleon, what the animals must do was to procure firearms and train themselves in the use of them. Okay, according to Snowball, they must send out more and more pigeons to stir up rebellion against the animals on the other farms. The one argued that if they could not defend themselves, they were bound to be conquered. The other argued that if rebellions happened everywhere, they would have no need to defend themselves. The animals listened first to Napoleon, then to Snowball, and could not make up their mind which was right. Indeed, they always found themselves in agreement with one who was speaking at the moment. Now, here's the thing. These 2 points again. When you're doing these arguments, if you just put those 2 things together, the rebellion can't happen without you defending yourself. But if the rebellion happens, you don't have to defend yourself. Now consider this. A farm that can't defend itself. Who's going to rebel then? Someone's got to rebel, and if it takes you plus a few more to make the point, and if you just stand down, then what's the point? Then why the other one stand down instead of just being, a nuisance? I mean, they're practically safe. You're the ones who are fucking taking over your farm. You know what I mean? But what you should say is, no, to defend ourselves is rebellion. Because that's what it is. And the only way the rebellion can take place is if you do defend yourself. And if you don't defend yourself, then there's no rebellion. You're just basically saying, fuck it, who cares? If they show up, they show up. We'll just wait here. What about all the other farms? What if they rebel? And then all the farmers come to you and take out their frustrations on you because you started it all. And let's face it, humans are very nasty creatures. We're not just going to shoot you in the head. Let's just be clear about that. That's just what we do. We're mean motherfuckers. The animals listened. Speaking. They always found themselves in agreement with the one who was speaking at the moment. Of course. At last the day came when Snowball's plans were completed. At the meeting on the following Sunday, the question of whether or not to begin the work on the windmill was to be put up to the vote. When the animals had assembled in the big barn, Snowball stood up and, though occasionally interrupted by bleating from the sheep, set forth his reasons for advocating the building of the windmill. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Then Napoleon stood up to reply. He said very quietly that the windmill was nonsense, and that he advised nobody to vote for it, and promptly sat down, and again he had spoken for barely 30 seconds, and seemed almost indifferent as to the effect he produced, as this Snowball sprang to his feet, and shouting down the sheep, who had begun bleating again, and broke into a passionate appeal in favour of the windmill. Until now the animals had been about equally divided in their sympathies, but in a moment Snowball's eloquence had carried them away. In glowing sentences he painted a picture of Animal Farm as it might be when sordid labour was lifted from the animals' backs. His imagination had now run far beyond chaff cutters and turnip slicers. Electricity, he said, could operate threshing machines, ploughs, harrows, rollers, reapers, binders, besides supplying every store with its own electric light, hot and cold water, and electric heater. By the time he had finished speaking, there was no doubt as to which way the vote would go. But just at this moment, Napoleon stood up. and casting a peculiar sidelong look at Snowball, uttered a high-pitched whimper of a kind that no one had ever heard him utter before. At this there was a terrible baying sound outside, and 9 enormous dogs wearing brass-studded collars came bounding into the barn. They dashed straight for Snowball, who only sprang from his place just in time to escape their snapping jaws. In a moment he was out of the door, and they were after him. Too amazed and frightened to speak, all the animals crowded through the door to watch the chase. Snowball was racing across the long pasture that led to the road. He was running as only a pig can run, but the dogs were close on his heels. Suddenly he slipped, and it seemed certain that they had him. Then he was up again, running faster than ever. The dogs were gaining on him again, and one of them all but closed his jaws on Snowball's tail, but Snowball whisked it free just in time. Then he put on an extra spur and, with a few inches to spare, slipped through a hole in the hedge and was seen no more. Silent and terrified, the animals crept back into the barn. In a moment the dogs came bounding back. At first no one had been able to imagine where those creatures came from, but the problem was soon solved. They were the puppies whom Napoleon had taken away from their mothers and reared privately. Though not yet fully grown, they were huge dogs and were as fierce-looking as wolves. They kept close to Napoleon. It was noticed that they wagged their tails to him in the same way as the other dogs had been used to do to Mr. Jones. Napoleon, with the dogs following him, now mounted on the raised portion of the floor where Major had previously stood to deliver his speech. He announced that from now on the Sunday morning meetings would come to an end. They were unnecessary, he said, and wasted time. In future, all questions relating to the working of the farm will be settled by a special committee of pigs, presided over by himself. These would meet in private and afterwards communicate their decisions to the others. The animals would still assemble on Sunday mornings to salute the flag and sing the beasts of England, and receive their orders for the week, but there would be no more debates. In spite of the shock that Snowball's expulsion had given them, the animals were dismayed by this announcement. Several of them would have protested if they could not have found the right arguments. Even Boxer was vaguely troubled. He set his ears back, shook his forelock several times, and tried hard to marshal his thoughts, but in the end he could not think of anything to say. Some of the pigs themselves, however, were more articulate. 4 young porkers in the front row uttered shrill squeals of disapproval, and all 4 of them sprang to their feet and began speaking at once. But suddenly the dogs sitting round Napoleon let out a deep, menacing growls, and all the pigs fell silent and sat down again. Then the sheep broke out in a tremendous bleating of 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, which went on for nearly a quarter of an hour, and put an end to any chance of discussion. Afterwards Squealer was sent out of the farm to explain the new arrangement to the others. "Comrades," he says, "I trust that every animal here appreciates the sacrifice that Comrade Napoleon has made in taking this extra labor upon himself. Do not imagine, comrades, that leadership is a pleasure. On the contrary, it is a deep and heavy responsibility." No one believes more firmly than Comrade Napoleon that all animals are equal. He would only be too happy to let you make your decisions for yourselves, but sometimes you might make the wrong decision, said a fucking dictator. Comrades, and then where shall we be? Suppose you had decided to follow Snowball with his moonshine of windmills. Snowball, who as we now know was no better than a criminal. He fought bravely at the Battle of the Cowshed, said somebody. He fought bravely at the Battle of the Cowshed, said somebody. Bravery is not enough. Oh, that's Squealer. Fucking hell. I've got to learn who these characters are before I start talking about them. Said Squealer. Loyalty and obedience are more important, and as to the Battle of the Cowshed, I believe the time will come when we shall find that Snowball's part in it was much exaggerated. Discipline, comrades, iron discipline. That is the watchword for today. One false step and our enemies would be upon us. Surely, comrades, you do not want Jones back. Maybe, maybe not. Once again, this argument was unanswerable. Certainly, the animals did not want Jones back. Again. If the holding of debates on Sunday mornings was liable to bring him back, then the debates must stop. Boxer, who now had time to think things over, voiced the general feeling by saying, "If Comrade Napoleon says it must be right." And then from then on, he adopted the maxim, "Napoleon is always right," in addition to his private motto, "I will work harder." Oh yeah, he's the dopey horse, isn't he? Yeah. By this time, the weather had broken and the spring ploughing had begun. The shed where Snowball had drawn his plans in the windmill had been shut up, and assumed the plans had been rubbed off the floor. Every Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, the animals assembled in the big barn to receive their orders for the week. The skull of old Major, now clean of flesh, had been disinterred from the orchard and set up on a stump at the foot of the flagstaff beside the gun. That's a little bit fucked up. No, that's messed up. That's fucked up. After the hoisting of the flag, the animals were required to file past the skull in a reverent manner before entering the barn. Nowadays, they did not sit all together as they had done in the past. Napoleon, with Squealer and another pig named Minimus, who had a remarkable gift for composing songs and poems. Where's this sound coming from? What am I doing? Sat on the front of the raised platform, with the 9 young dogs forming a semicircle around them, and the other pigs sitting behind. The rest of the animals sat facing them in the main body of the barn. Napoleon read out the orders of the week in a gruff, soldierly style, and after a single singing of Beasts of England, all the animals dispersed. On the 3rd Sunday after Snowball's expulsion, the animals were somewhat surprised to hear Napoleon announce that the windmill was to be built after all. Oh, really? He did not give any reason for having changed his mind, but merely warned the animals that this extra task would mean very hard work. It might even be necessary to reduce their rations. Ladies and gentlemen, it is in place. They can't fight back. They can't do anything. Now they are burdened. We are a third of the way through. We are now burdened at the behest of these pigs. This is interesting. The plans, however, had all been prepared down to the last detail. A special committee of pigs had been at work upon them for the past 3 weeks. The building of the windmill with the various other improvements was expected to take 2 years. Yeah, like I said, stretch it out. That evening, Squealer explained privately to the other animals that Napoleon had never in reality been opposed to the windmill. On the contrary, it was he who had advocated it in the beginning, and the plan which Snowball had drawn on the floor of the incubator shed had actually been stolen from among Napoleon's papers. The windmill was, in fact, Napoleon's own creation. I like it. This is styling tricks, these, when you start fucking wiping people out of pictures before Photoshop existed. Oh, yeah. That's amazing. That's brilliant. Why then, ask somebody, had he spoken so strongly against it? Here, Squealer looked very sly. He said, was Comrade Napoleon's cunning. That, he said, was Comrade Napoleon's cunning. He had seemed to oppose the windmill simply as a manoeuvre to get rid of Snowball, who was a dangerous character and a bad influence. Now that Snowball was out of the way, the plan could go forward without his interference. This, said Squealer, was something called tactics. He repeated a number of times. Tactics, comrades, tactics. Skipping round and whisking his tail with a merry jaunt. Is that the next word? Jaunt? A merry laugh. The animals were not certain what the word meant, but Squealer spoke so persuasively that the 3 dogs who had happened to be with him growled so threateningly that they accepted his explanation without further questions. 6. All that year, the animals worked like slaves, but they were happy in their way. Yeah, because they've been convinced being a slave makes them good. That's the trick. They grudged no effort or sacrifice, well aware that everything they did was for the benefit of themselves and those of their kind who would come after them, and not for a pack of idle, thieving human beings. Throughout the spring and summer, they worked a 60-hour week, and in August, Napoleon announced that there would be work on Sunday afternoons as well. This was strictly voluntary by any animal who absented himself from it, had his rations reduced by half. Even so, it was found necessary to leave certain tasks undone. The harvest was a little less successful than in the previous year, and 2 fields which should have been sown with roots in the early summer were not sown because of the ploughing had not been completed early enough. It was possible to foresee that the coming winter would be a hard one. The windmill presented unexpected difficulties. This was a good quarry of limestone on the farm, and plenty of sand and cement had been found in one of the outhouses, so that all of the materials for the building were at hand. But the problem of the animals could not at first solve how to break up the stone into pieces of suitable size. They seemed no way of doing this except with picks and crowbars, which no animal could use. Oh, this they can't do. Shocking. I'm actually shocked. I had this fucking image of pigs and animals like proper working, but okay, they can't hold something like that. That's fine. Because no animal could stand on his hind legs. Only after weeks of vain effort did the right idea occur to somebody, namely to utilize the force of gravity. Huge boulders, far too big to be used as they were lying all over the bed of the quarry. The animals lashed ropes around these, and then all together, cows, horses, sheep, any animal that could lay hold of the rope, even the pigs sometimes joined in at critical moments. They dragged them with desperate slowness up the slope and the top of the quarry, where they were toppled over the edge to shatter into pieces. That's all, folks. Below. Transporting the stone when it was once broken was comparatively simple. I hope I said that right. I don't think I did. The horses carried it off in cartloads. The sheep dragged single blocks. Even Muriel and Benjamin yoked themselves into an old governess cart and did their share. By late summer, a sufficient store of stone had accumulated, and then the building began, under the superintendence of the pigs. What about Molly? Where's Molly? Molly seems like a character that's going to pop back. I've just remembered. But it was slow, laborious process. But it was a slow, laborious process. Frequently, it took a whole day of exhausting effort to drag a single boulder to the top of the quarry, and sometimes when it was pushed over the edge, it failed to break. Nothing could have been achieved without Boxer, whose strength seemed equal to that of all the rest of the animals put together. But when the boulder began to slip and the animals cried out in despair at finding themselves dragged down the hill, it was always Boxer who strained himself against the rope and brought the boulder to a stop. To see him toiling up the rope inch by inch, his breath coming fast, the tips of his hooves clawing at the ground, and his great sides matted with sweat, filled everyone with admiration. Clover warned him sometimes to be careful not to overstrain himself, but Boxer would never listen to her. His 2 slogans, "I will work harder," and "Napoleon's always right," seemed to him as sufficient an answer to all problems. He had made arrangements with the cockerel to call him 3/4 of an hour earlier. Wow, we're getting up even earlier now, instead of half an hour. And in his spare moments, of which there were not many nowadays, he would go alone to the quarry, collect a load of broken stone, drag it down to the site of the windmill unassisted. The animals were not badly off throughout that summer, in spite of the hardness of their work. If they had no more food than they had in Jones's day, at least they did not have less. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. The advantage of only having to feed themselves and not having to support 5 extravagant human beings as well was so great that it would have taken a lot of failures to outweigh it, and in many ways the animal method of doing things was more efficient and saved labour. Such jobs as weeding, for instance, could be done with a thoroughness impossible to human beings. Yeah, because you stand there for fucking 5 hours in the same area. Of course you're gonna... And again, since no animal now stole, it was unnecessary to fence off pasture from arable land, which saved a lot of labour on the upkeep of hedges and gates. Nevertheless, as the summer wore on, various unforeseen shortages began to make themselves felt. There was need of paraffin oil, nails, string, dog biscuits, and iron for the horses' shoes, none of which could be produced on the farm. Later there would also be need for seeds and artificial manures, besides various tools, and finally the machinery for the windmill. How those were to be procured no one was able to imagine. On Sunday morning, when the animals assembled to receive their orders, Napoleon announced that he had decided upon a new policy. From now onwards, Animal Farm would engage in trade with the neighbouring farms. Not, of course, for any commercial purpose, but simply in order to obtain certain materials which were urgently necessary. The needs of the windmill must override everything else, he said. He was therefore making arrangements to sell a stack of hay and part of the current year's wheat crop, and later on, if more money were needed, it would have to be made up by the sale of eggs, which there was always a market in Wellington. The hens, said Napoleon, should welcome this sacrifice as their own special. The hens, said Napoleon, should welcome this sacrifice as their own special contribution towards the building of the windmill. And once again, the animals were conscious of a vague uneasiness. Never to have any dealings with human beings, never to engage in trade, never to make use of money. Had not these been among the earliest resolutions passed at the first triumphant meeting after Jones was expelled? All the animals remembered passing such resolutions, or at least they thought they remembered it. The 4 young pigs who had protested when Napoleon abolished the meetings raised their voices timidly, but they were promptly silenced by the tremendous growling from the dogs. Then, as usual, the sheep broke into 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, and the momentary awkwardness was smoothed over. Finally, Napoleon raised his trotter for silence and announced that he had already made all of the arrangements. There would be no need for any of the animals to come in contact with human beings, which would clearly be most undesirable. He intended to take the whole burden upon his own shoulders. Mr. Whymper, a solicitor living in Wellington, had agreed to act as intermediary between Animal Farm and outside world, and would visit the farm every Monday morning to receive his instructions. Napoleon ended his speech with his usual cry of "Long live Animal Farm," and then the singing of the Beast of England. The animals were dismissed. So they've broken pretty much everything that was mainstayed. Just saying. Afterwards, Squealer made a round of the farm and set the animals' minds at rest. He assured them that the resolution against engaging in trade and using money had never been passed or even suggested. It was pure imagination, probably traceable in the beginning to lies circulated by Snowball. A few animals still felt faintly doubtful, but Squealer asked them shrewdly, "Are you certain that this is not something that you have dreamed, comrades? Have you any record of such resolution? Is it written down anywhere?" And since it was certainly true that nothing of the kind existed in writing, the animals were satisfied that they had been mistaken. Every Monday Mr. Whymper visited the farm as had been arranged. He was a sly-looking little man with side whiskers, a solicitor in very small way of business, but sharp enough to have realized earlier than anyone else that Animal Farm would need a broker and that the commissions would be worth having. The The animals watched his coming and going with a kind of dread, and avoided him as much as possible. Nevertheless, the sight of Napoleon on all fours delivering orders to Whymper, who stood on two legs, roused their pride and partly reconciled them to the new arrangement. Their relations with the human race were now not quite the same as they had been before. The human beings did not hate Animal Farm any less now than it was prospering. Indeed, they hated it more than ever. Every human being held it as an article of faith that the farm would go bankrupt sooner or later, and above all, that the windmill would be a failure. They would meet in public houses and prove to one another by means of diagrams that the windmill was bound to fall down, or that if it did not stand up, that it would never work, and if it did stand up, then it would never work. And yet against their will they had developed a certain respect for the efficiency which the animals were managing their own affairs. I mean, we're trying to kill them. We don't want them to survive, but god damn it, do they work really well. I'm glad humans don't treat other humans like that. And yet against their will they had developed, said, blah, blah, blah. One symptom of this was that they had begun to call Animal Farm by its proper name and ceased to pretend that it was called the Manor Farm. They had also dropped their championship of Jones, who had given up hope of getting his farm back and gone to live in another part of the country. Yes, Jones was fucked off. Except through Whymper, there was as yet no contact between Animal Farm and the outside world. There were constant rumours that Napoleon was about to enter into a definite business agreement with either Mr. Pilkington of Foxwood or Mr. Frederick of Pinchfield, but never, it was noticed, with both simultaneously. It was about this time that the pigs suddenly moved into the farmhouse and took up their residence there. No roofs, no beds. Again, the animals seemed to remember that it was a resolution against this had been passed in the early days, and again Squealer was able to convince them that this was not the case. It was absolutely necessary, he said, that the pigs who were the brains of the farm should have a quiet place to work in. It was also more suited to the dignity of the leader, for of late I had taken to the speaking of Napoleon under the title of leader, to live in a house than in a mere sty. Nevertheless, some of the animals were disturbed when they heard the pigs not only took their meals in the kitchen and used the drawing room as a recreation room, but also slept in the beds. Boxer passed it off as usual with Napoleon is always right. But Clover, who thought she remembered a definite ruling against beds, went to the end of the barn and tried to puzzle out the 7 commandments which were inscribed there, finding herself unable to read more than the individual letters. She fetched Muriel. Muriel, she said, read me the 4th commandment. Does it say something about never sleeping in a bed? With some difficulty, Muriel spelt it out. It says, no animal shall sleep in a bed with sheets, she announced finally. Curiously enough, Clover had not remembered that the 4th commandment mentioned sheets. But as it was there on the wall, it must have done so. And Squealer, who happened to be passing at the moment, attended by 2 or 3 dogs, was able to put the whole matter in its proper perspective. You have heard then, comrades, he said, that we pigs now sleep in the beds of the farmhouse, and why not? You did not suppose, surely, that there was ever a ruling against the beds. A bed merely means a place to sleep in. A pile of straw installed is a bed, properly regarded. Pedantic fucker. The rule was against sheets, which are human invention. We have removed the sheets from the farmhouse beds and sleep between blankets. And very comfortable beds they are too, but no more comfortable than we need, I can tell you, comrades. With all the brain work we have to do nowadays, you would not rob of us our repose. Would you, comrades? Would you not have to... would you not have us too tired to carry out our duties? Surely none of you wishes to see Jones back. The animals reassured him on the point immediately, and no more was said about the pigs sleeping in the farmhouse beds. And when some days afterwards it was announced at the farm that from now on the pigs would get up an hour later in the morning to the other animals, no complaint was made about that either. By the autumn the animals were tired but happy. They had a hard year, and after the sale of the part of the hay and corn, the stores of the food, the winter none plentiful, the windmill compensated for everything. It was almost half built now, After the harvest, there was a stretch of clear, dry weather, and the animals toiled harder than ever, thinking it was worthwhile to plod to and fro all day with blocks of stone, if by doing so they could raise the walls another foot. Boxer would even come out at nights and work for an hour or two on his own by the light of the harvest moon. In their spare moments, the animals would walk around and around the half-finished mill, admiring the strength and perpendicularity of its walls and marvelling that they should ever have been able to build anything so imposing. Only old Benjamin refused to grow enthusiastic about the windmill, though, as usual, he would utter nothing beyond the cryptic remark of "Donkeys live a long time." November came. The raging southwest winds. Building stopped. It's too wet to mix cement. Finally, a night when the gale was so violent the farm buildings rocked from the foundations and the several tiles were blown off the roof. The hens woke up squawking. They'd all dreamed simultaneously of hearing a gun go off in the distance. In the morning, the animals came out of their stalls to find that the flagstaff had been blown down and the elm tree at the foot of the orchard had been plucked up like a radish. They had noticed that when the cry of the despair broke from every animal's throat, a terrible sight had met their eyes. The windmill in ruins. Oh. Kind of feel bad for him now. Kinda. Don't exactly feel bad. That should be okay. Woo! With one accord, they dashed down to the spot. Napoleon, who seldom moved out of a walk, raced ahead of them all. Yes, there it lay, the fruit of all their struggles, levelled to its foundations. The stones they had broken and carried so laboriously scattered all around. Unable at first to speak, they stood gazing mournfully at the litter of fallen stone. Napoleon paced to and fro in silence, occasionally snuffing at the ground. His tail had grown rigid and twitched sharply from side to side, a sign in him of intense mental activity. Suddenly he halted, as though his mind were made up. "Comrades," he said quietly. "Comrades," he said quietly. "Do you know who's responsible for this? Do you know the enemy who's come in tonight and overthrown our windmill? Snowball!" He suddenly roared in a voice of thunder. "Snowball's done this in sheer malignity, thinking to set back our plans, to avenge himself for his ignominious expulsion. This traitor has crept here under the cover of night and destroyed our work of nearly a year. Comrades, here and now, I pronounce that the death sentence upon Snowball, animal hero second class, and half a bushel of apples to any animal who brings him to justice. A full bushel to anyone who captures him alive." The animals were shocked beyond measure to learn that even Snowball could be guilty of such an action. There was a cry of indignation, and everyone began thinking out of ways catching Snowball if he could ever come back. Should. Almost immediately, the footprints of a pig were discovered in the grass at a little distance from the knoll. They could not be traced for a few yards, but appeared to be led to a hole in the hedge. Napoleon snuffed deeply at them and pronounced them to be Snowball's. Napoleon's always right. He gave it as his opinion that Snowball had probably come from the direction of the Foxwood farm. "No more delays, comrades," cried Napoleon, when the footprints had been examined. "There is work to be done. This very morning we begin rebuilding the windmill, and we will build all through the winter, rain or shine. We will teach this miserable traitor that he cannot undo our work so easily. Remember, comrades, there must be no alteration in our plans. They shall be carried out to the die. Forward, comrades. Long live the windmill. Long live Animal Farm. And long live Robert Paulson. You know, the no-name sheep. Oh, cool, that was the end of the chapter. That was the end of the chapter. Oh, right on. 25 pages to go. Honestly, that's really not that bad. 3 hours for this. Story's got me. The story's gripped. Fully invested. Let me just do. So in the whole of the 3 hours, I've had one view, which means I can just disappear. I'm gonna disappear. And I'll be back in a few minutes. This tune's wicked, by the way.
Been dazed and confused for so long it's not true. Wanted a woman, never bargained for you. Lots of people talking, few of them know. Soul of a woman was created below. Yeah. You hurt and abused, telling all of your lies. Run round, sweet baby Lord, how they hypnotize. Sweet little baby, I don't know where you've been. Gonna love you, baby, and here I come again. Oh. So hard, bringing home my hard-earned pay. Try to love you, baby, but you push me away. Don't know where you're going, don't know just where you've been. Sweet little baby, I want you again. Oh, don't leave me so confused. Dazed and confused for so long it's not true. Wanted a woman, never bargained for you. Take it easy, baby, let them say what they will. Will your tongue wag so much when I send you the bill? Don't a sound. I sit by your side as you take me to the next town. Oh, I'm a drifter, baby. Oh, I'm a drifter, baby. Yeah. Oh, I'm a drifter, baby. Oh, I'm a drifter. I hit your eye. Don't make a sound. Never looked into your eyes until we reach the next town. When will you return? Or will I see your face when I reach the next town? Living is a race. Oh, I'm a drifter, baby. Oh, I'm a drifter, baby. Yeah. Oh, I'm a drifter, baby. Oh, I'm a drifter. I'm a drifter. Oh, I'm a drifter, baby. I hit your ride. I don't make a sound. It's me, by the way. I sang that. My music. Mine. And what page was I on? It's here, right? Long live the windmill, long live Animal Farm. It was a bitter winter. The stormy weather was followed by sleet and snow, and then by a hard frost, which did not break till well into February. The animals were carried on as best they could with the rebuilding of the windmill, well knowing that the outside world was watching them, and that the envious human beings would rejoice and triumph if the mill were not finished in time. Out of spite, the human beings pretended not to believe that it was Snowball who had destroyed the windmill. They said that it had fallen down because the walls were too thin. The animals knew that this was not the case. Still, it had been decided to build the walls 3 feet thick this time, instead of 18 inches as before. I don't understand the difference. Which meant collecting much larger quantities of stone. For a long time the quarry was full of snowdrifts, and nothing could be done. Some progress was made. In the dry, frosty weather that followed, but it was cruel work, and the animals could not feel so hopeful about it as they had felt before. They were always cold, and usually hungry as well. I wonder if that's by design. I have a feeling the pigs did it, by the way.
Only Boxer and Clover never lost heart. Squealer made excellent speeches on the joy of service and the dignity of labour. But the other animals found more inspiration in Boxer's strength and his never-failing cry of, "I will work harder." In January, food fell short. The corn ration was drastically reduced, and it was announced that an extra potato ration would be issued to make up for it. Then it was discovered that the greater part of the potato crop had been frosted in the clamps, which had not been covered thickly enough. The potato had become soft and discoloured, and only a few were edible. "Here, you lot can have all these potatoes, we don't want them." Uh-huh. Uh-huh. For days at a time, the animals had nothing to eat but chaff and mangles. Starvation seemed to stare them in the face. It was vitally necessary to conceal this fact from the outside world. Emboldened by the collapse of the windmill, the human beings were inventing fresh lies about Animal Farm. Once again, it was being put about that the animals were dying of famine and disease, and that they were continually fighting among themselves and had resorted to cannibalism and infanticide. Napoleon was well aware of the bad results that might follow if the real facts of the food situation were known, and he decided to make use of Mr. Whymper to spread contrary impression. Hitherto the animals had had a little or no contact with Whymper on his weekly visits. Now, however, a few selected animals, mostly sheep, were instructed to remark casually in his hearing that rations had been increased. In addition, Napoleon ordered the almost empty bins in the store shed to be filled nearly to the brim with sand, which was then covered up with what remained of the grain and meal. In some suitable pretext, Whymper had led through the store shed and allowed to catch glimpses of the bins. He was deceived and continued to report to the outside world that there was no food shortage on Animal Farm. See what I mean about manipulation? You see what I mean? It stares you in the face. If you can't see what I'm seeing, I hope you can eventually. You're probably under 30. If you can't see what I'm seeing, you're probably under 30. Nevertheless, towards the end of January, it became obvious that it would be necessary to produce some more grain from somewhere. In these days, Napoleon rarely appeared in public, but spent all his time in the farmhouse, which was guarded by each door by a fierce which was guarded at each door by fierce-looking dogs. When he did emerge, it was in a ceremonial manner, with an escort of 6 dogs who closely surrounded him and growled if anyone came too near. Frequently he did not appear, but issued his orders through one of the other pigs, usually Squealer. One Sunday morning, Squealer announced that the hens who had just come in to lay again must surrender their eggs. Napoleon had accepted, through Whymper, a contract for 400 eggs a week. The price of these would pay for enough grain and meal to keep the farm going till summer came on and conditions were easier. When the hens heard this, they raised a terrible outcry. They had been warned earlier that the sacrifice might be necessary, but had not been believed that it would really happen. They were just getting their clutches ready for the spring sitting, and they protested that to take the eggs away now was murder. For the first time since the expulsion of Jones, there was something resembling a rebellion. Led by 3 young black Minorca pullets, the hens made a determined effort to thwart Napoleon's wishes. Their method was to fly up to the rafters and lay their eggs, which smashed to pieces on the floor. Napoleon acted swiftly and ruthlessly. He ordered the hens' rations to be stopped, and decreed that any animal giving so much as a grain of corn to a hen should be punished by death. The dogs saw to it that these orders were carried out. For 5 days the hens held out, and they capitulated and went back to their nesting boxes. 9 hens had died in the meantime, their bodies buried in the orchard, and it was given out that they had died of coccidosis. Whymper heard of nothing of this affair, and the eggs were duly delivered, the grocer's van driving up to the farm once a week to take them away. I mean, you got rid of Jones. This is what you get. This is what you get when you just throw away your individual choices and and have it be determined by an outside force. I don't care who the outside force is. If you can't make an agreement on something, then at least agree to separate. If you can't agree on shit, agree to fuck off. That's it. It's not difficult. It's really not difficult trying to stay together like this. This is... See, people complain about domestic abuse and they cry about it. And the bitch and moan. And there's no reason to cry and bitch and moan about that at all. Because domestic abuse is always going to be domestic abuse. But it doesn't stop inside of a house. You ever heard of domestic terrorism? That's someone not pooing on your fucking house. That's someone who lives in your country doing shit to your country. Why is that suddenly domestic? But they don't have domestic violence from the people up top doing this to you. They're doing this to you. What we're reading right now isn't fiction. This is reality. This is what's happened. You've done this. You've allowed the pigs to take control. And the pigs are nothing more than sour sows. That's all they are. They're just swine with power. I mean, who else are you going to give power to than the swine? I mean, look at the filth. We call them the filth. We call them the pigs, the rozzers. We don't have nice names for these fucks. Because we don't like pigs. Oh, they're intelligent. But they're only intelligent enough to fuck you over. Remember that one. The pigs and the fat cats in charge, they're only powerful enough to fuck you over. And I would put it to you, in earnest, that if you can't question anything above what's happening to you, if you can't question the thing that's happening to you from above, then truly search what you're doing. Really deeply look inside. Let's say you have an issue. Let's say you have an issue getting a job. Is this because you can't socialise? Is it because every time the questioner is talking to you and doing an interview, you're bitter? You snap? You take offence? Are you a dick? Are you a dick? But are you fantastic at the job? I bet you are, but being a dick, people have to get past that. Oh, don't worry about him. He's rude, but trust me, he'll be fucking fantastic. He's great at his job. He'll be rude, but he's great at his job. Give him the praise that he needs. I think I said this at the start when I read about the first battle. You got to praise people for the things they have done for you. You don't praise them for the whole being. If that was the case, then you would praise people for being perfect, but we don't. We praise them for their individual things. But we only do it for ridiculous reasons. We don't do it for real reasons. Look at soldiers and veterans. They do something a lot of people can't do. They do something that a lot of people won't do, and they do something a lot of people refuse to do. Because can't and won't, they're not the same as refuse. Because refuse means you can. Does that make sense? Well, no, and these people will do that, and they see and do things that you probably, not all of them, of course, not all of them, but they see and do things that you have to, or prepare for things that you wouldn't even second guess. You wouldn't even think twice. You wouldn't even blink. But anyway, that's besides the point. Whenever you're trying to find a teacher or someone to take things from, you've got to do it wholeheartedly. You've got to do it wholeheartedly. Because otherwise, they'll start to take control. They'll start to do this. This is why when people talk about having teachers in schools, especially when there was kids, they've always got a teacher that they enjoyed talking to because they had a contrary opinion. And this is usually a scientifically based man. This is a scientifically minded person who's trying to teach kids, and then a kid comes up and says, "Excuse me, but this don't match this." You're right, it doesn't. Hey, try this, try that, and then that kid will forever remember that teacher. But I remember this teacher. Oh, science teacher. I was a history teacher. I was a religion teacher. It was just an amazing teacher. This English teacher really enjoyed our Shakespeare talks. Is it really? The music and performing arts teacher really enjoyed our discussions of of, uh, of the Black Swan or Billy Elliot. It's like, oh yeah, we like the nuances of that and the little secrets inside the story. But that's not because the kids and the teachers get along. It's because the kids contraire the teachers. They contraire the people with power, and the right teachers won't just shut you down. There's a lot of teachers out there that we all remember. We all have them. Excuse me, sir, it doesn't work for that. Shut the fuck up. Write this down. Learn this. Don't worry about questions. Learn it. Done. Okay, thank you. Earth is flat. Got you. That's how it feels nowadays, right? But yeah, that's what happens when you get, unless you contraire the opinion, it's not going to work. So far in the book, we have gone from a farm to a farm wishing to rebel because of the words of a wise pig before he dies. And this guy gives a rousing speech letting you know that you should live wild. You shouldn't be living here. No houses, no beds, no roofs, no warmth, no nothing. Just go off, out you go, stop living together, it's not working. Go away. We don't need the farm anymore, we don't need this. And then they turned it round to we need the farm. And because we need the farm, we need the beds, the warmth, the house, the electricity. We need that stuff. We need to start wearing things for honour. Yeah, but what about her? She's not allowed to wear stuff for honour. Yeah, it's because that's a pretty thing. We don't need pretty stuff around here. This is communism. I believe this is communism. Where everyone puts in together and is delegated a certain... No matter how much you put in, you're always delegated a certain amount. So if you bring the most food and everyone else brings a little food, you get the same amount of food they all get anyway. And they get the same amount of food anyway. That's just how it works, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's the underlying straight shot of communism. Obviously, details. Obviously, details. Poor hens and their fucking eggs. Sorry, it really gets to me when I'm reading. This is interesting. All this while, no more had been seen of Snowball. He was rumoured to be hiding out in one of the neighbouring farms, either Foxwood or Pinchfield. Napoleon was by this time on slightly better terms with the older farmers than before. It happened that there was in the yard a pile of timber which had been stacked 10 years earlier, when a beech spinney had cleared. It was cleared. It was well seasoned, and Whymper had advised Napoleon to sell it. But Mr. Pilkington and Mr. Frederick were too anxious to buy it. Napoleon was hesitating between the two, unable to make up his mind. It was noticed that whenever he seemed on the point of coming to an agreement with Frederick, Snowball was declared to be hiding at the Foxwood, while when he inclined towards Pilkington, Snowball was said to be at Pinchfield. Suddenly, early in the spring, an alarming thing was discovered. Ooh, an alarming thing. Ha ha! Snowball. I don't know what's coming next, but it's something to do with Snowball. This should be interesting. Snowball. 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 Three hours, 30 minutes, no views. All I'm doing is reading a book and having fun. That's it. Is this not educational, interesting, or somewhat inviting? I don't understand. I even changed my picture. I changed my picture to have a book that says Animal Farm on it, and there's a beer there. Do you know that? That's a good picture, man. This is the picture I used. Wait a second. That's what I brought. And I thought that was a good image to use, but I guess not. Never mind, eh? Let me get back to this. Whoops. Snowball was secretly frequenting the farm by night. The animals were so disturbed that they could hardly sleep in their stalls. Every night it was said he came creeping in under the cover of darkness and performed all kinds of mischief. He stole the corn, he upset the milk pails, he broke the eggs, he trampled the seed beds, he gnawed the bark off of the fruit trees. Whenever anything went wrong, it became usual to attribute it to Snowball, the invisible force behind everything. If a window was broken or a drain was blocked up, someone was certain to say that Snowball had come in the night and done it. And when the key of the store shed was lost, the whole farm was convinced that Snowball had thrown it down the well. Now this is what we like to call a scapegoat. This is how a lot of dictatorships and cults come about. They find a thing to attribute pain and misdeed. They put that on the thing and then send it away. And then anything that happens, don't worry, it was that thing. It's gone now. Don't worry about it. We're all good. Then people start abusing that admission. So instead of it being just that thing that's just left, it turns out that thing keeps coming back. All the time. You'll get told this in every single cult. Whether it's your thoughts, or you can't be thinking that. If you ever start thinking that, pray to the Lord. Okay? If you ever start thinking that, come to me for a fucking hold cans session. Maybe if you're Jewish, it'll be, hey, if you're thinking that, maybe it is a joke for you, huh? I don't know what accent that was, I'm just trying here. And they'll tell you that if you don't fight or avoid this thought that you're not allowed to have, or this idea, it's, I can't remember who I was talking to. Oh, listen, sorry, I was watching something on YouTube. And someone said something along the lines of, when I was younger, I would argue fervently any point, no matter what, to a logical conclusion, regardless. And I would defend things that these days I definitely won't defend, simply because it just makes me, first of all, weird, unacceptable a lot of the times, but sometimes the discussion needs to be taken with a lot of care. A lot of care. Like, how do we apply capital punishment? I mean, what takes somebody out of society to the point where we just don't want them around anymore? As a society. But you see, there's going to be people out there that say, oh, but you can rehabilitate, you can learn different, you can become better. You don't have to. You can attribute your skills somewhere else. Hackers, they do shit, and then when they get caught, sometimes they get fucking hired. Or if they don't get caught and they just find a way around shit, like McAfee, he'll just do a thing. I'm like, yeah, this is how you do that. I mean, I do viruses and shit, but yeah, this is how you stop all the viruses. There you go. There's your answer. Oh, thank you. Cheers, McAfee. You know, that kind of idea. It's interesting to me that there's bad things that we can do with anything. I mean, right now, this conversation could simply be a bad thing. If any parent or any adult was watching their 8-year-old watch me, that'd be a bad thing. Simply because of who I present as. That's it. My language, my decorum, my mannerisms, behaviour, all of that straight under the bed. I'm drinking alcohol, for fuck's sake. I swear, like a goddamn sailor. I can't string a sentence for shit. And as an idiot, I found it insulting. Somehow, I am insulted when someone claims to be smart enough to declare what I should think. See, when I'm talking to someone, I don't want them to think what I want them to think. I want to know what they think. I don't care about anything else. You could have radical ideas, radical thoughts. If you said 2 sentences to me, I would probably not reply with, "Oh, so you're a something. Oh, this is you. This is you in a nutshell. I know who you are." Would I do that? No. Sarcastically, maybe. Rhetorically, over the internet, probably. But like most people, face to face, nah, of course I wouldn't. I'm like, no, hold on. I'm curious now. Please explain to me why these things make sense to you. That's it. I've got I think you call it an idiosyncrasy, or OCD, whatever it is. An idea that I have adopted and for some reason can't let go of. I can't let go of it because it's just overwhelming to me. Perfume and deodorant. White people especially with perfume and deodorant can't use it. Ugh, I always put too much on. Then there's my opinion on deodorant in general. Not a big fan of it. Maybe a quick spritz, but nothing like have it dripping off of you so it stinks for fucking hours. No, you have it a nice little spray just to stop your fucking armpits from like dripping disgusting sweat. That's what you use that for. If you just so happen to be sweaty on the chest, I'd say just give it a quick spray, just like a coat. That's all you really need. You don't need much. You don't need to stay inside a room covered in this shit. You really don't need to do that. Do it in a ventilated space. And even then, I don't agree with wearing it, in my opinion. If I can't smell you through the deodorant and the fucking aftershave and the perfume, if I can't smell you through it, I'm really not interested. Really, I don't have any real interest in what you're saying. I don't have any real interest in what you want to do. You are no longer interested because you just smell like the rest of them. And then I know when that comes off, you're going to smell like a liar. You're going to smell desperate. You're going to smell like a thief. You're going to smell awful. You're going to have all these smells of anxiety and sweat and nervousness. And you're going to be fucking paranoid. And I'm going to smell all that on you. If I can smell that straight away and you're honest with me face to face, I'm going to be in on you. I'm going to enjoy your company and the conversation. But if I can't witness who you are when you're talking to me, because believe it or not, we are animals and we have detections of other people. Body language is a very big one. Yeah. I am a firm believer that we can detect lies through smell. Through smell, body actions, the rest of it. We can smell stress, we can smell the rest, we can smell the whole lot. And I think that when you're around somebody, if you can smell something coming off of them and they're speaking in the same tone and they're not lying about it, then you're going to be more interested. How many times has someone come up to you stinking like a fucking vaporized deodorant can and it's just exploded in the pockets, and then just walk up to you and being like, "I've got a nice car, I like to do this, I like to do that." It's like, Mate, you stink like a motherfucker. I don't believe a word you're saying. And even if it did go to your car, what the fuck's that gonna prove? Ooh, the fuck, all of this smells like a lie. And then you put off. How about, I've been having a long night. I've been seeing you sitting here. I wanted to have a chat. I thought, since we're both out tonight, can I buy you a drink? You smell desperate. And not desperate in the sense that I can smell you. I mean, the fact that I can't smell you and you're saying that, it smells desperate. But if you walk up to somebody and you have your natural human smell coming through, and then you say those things, that smell, that desperation I'm explaining here, that smell's going to come through and they'll be like, okay, there's a hint of honesty here. This person's nervous. I like this. The energy is a little different. Instead of it just being facial cues and the things they say. See, this is the trick with the animals here. This is the trick. It's just the things you say. And because of it, it's making it a lot harder to communicate what's going on in this world. I can't remember why I went on that tangent, but still, I did that as we were going. Whenever anything went wrong, it became usual to attribute. If a window was broken up, oh, I was convinced Snowball thrown it down the well. Yeah, curiously enough, they went on believing this even the mislaid key was found under a sack of meal. The cows declared unanimously that Snowball crept into their stalls and milked them in their sleep. The rats, which had been troublesome that winter, had also said to be in league with Snowball. Napoleon decreed that there should be a full investigation into Snowball's activities. With his dogs in attendance, he set out and made a careful tour of inspection of the farm buildings and other animals following at respectful distance. At every few steps, Napoleon stopped and snuffed the ground for traces of Snowball's hoofsteps, which he said he could detect by the smell. He snuffed in every corner in the barn, in the cowshed, in the houses, in the hen houses and the vegetable garden, and found traces of Snowball almost everywhere. He could put his snout to the ground, give out several deep sniffs, and exclaim in a terrible voice, "Snowball! He's been here! I can smell him! Distinctly!" And at the word, "Snowball!" all the dogs let out blood-curdling growls and showed their sad teeth. The animals were thoroughly frightened. It seemed to them as though Snowball were some kind of invisible influence, pervading the air about them and menacing them with all kinds of dangers. In the evening, Squealer called them together, and with an alarmed expression on his face told them that he had some serious news to report. "Comrades," cried Squealer, making little nervous skips, "a most terrible thing has been discovered. Snowball has sold himself to Frederick of Pinchfield Farm, who is even now plotting to attack us and take our farm away from us. Snowball is to act as his guide when the attack begins. But there is worse than that. We had thought that Snowball's rebellion was caused simply by his vanity and ambition. But we were wrong, comrades." He wiggles and shiggles his fucking, his little pig ass and his tail. "Do you know what the real reason was? Snowball was in league with Jones from the very start. He was Jones's secret agent all the time. It has all been proved by documents which he left behind him and which we have only just discovered. To my mind, this explains a great deal, comrades. Did we not see for ourselves how he attempted, fortunately without success, to get us defeated and destroyed at the Battle of the Cowshed?" The animals were stupefied. Or stupid. This was a wickedness far outdoing Snowball's destruction of the windmill, but it was some minutes before they could fully take it in. They all remembered, or thought they remembered, how they had seen Snowball charging ahead of them at the Battle of the Cowshed, how he had rallied and encouraged them at every turn, and how he had not paused for an instant, even when the pellets of Jones's gun had wounded his back. At first, it was a little difficult to see how this fitted in with his being on Jones's side. Even Boxer, who seldom asked questions, was puzzled. He laid down, tucked his forehoofs beneath him, shut his eyes, and with a hard effort managed to formulate his thoughts. "I do not believe that," he said. Snowball fought bravely at the Battle of the Cowshed. I saw him myself. Did we not give him Animal Hero First Claw? Immediately afterwards. That was our mistake, comrade. But we now know. It's all written down in the secret documents we found. In reality, he's trying to lure us to our doom. But he was wounded, said Boxer. We all saw him running with blood. That was part of the arrangement, cried Squealer. Jonesy's shot only grazed him. I could show you this in his own writing. If you were able to read it, the plot was for Snowball, at the critical moment, to give the signal for flight and leave the field to the enemy. And he very nearly succeeded. I will even say, comrades, he would have succeeded if it had not been for our heroic leader, Comrade Napoleon. Do you not remember how just at the moment when Jones and his men had got inside the yard, Snowball suddenly turned and fled, and many animals followed him? And do you not remember, too, that it was just at that moment when panic was spreading and all seemed lost, that Comrade Napoleon sprang forward with a cry of death to humanity, and sank his teeth into Jones's leg? Surely you remember that, comrades, exclaimed Squealer, frisking from side to side, squiggling his little fucking tail. Now, when Squealer described the scene so graphically, it seemed to the animals that they did remember it, at any rate. They remembered that at the critical moment of battle, Snowball had turned to flee. But Boxer was still a little uneasy. I do not believe that Snowball was a traitor at the beginning, he said, finally. What he has done since is different. But I believe at the Battle of the Cowshed, he was a good comrade. Our leader, Comrade Napoleon, announced Squealer, speaking very slowly and firmly, has stated categorically, comrade, that Snowball was Jones's agent from the very beginning. Yes, and from long before the rebellion was ever thought of. Ah, that is different, said Boxer. If Comrade Napoleon says it must be right. That is the true spirit, comrade, cried Squealer. But it was noticed he cast a very ugly look at Boxer with his little twinkling eyes. He turned to go, then paused and added impressively, I warn every animal on this farm to keep his eyes wide open, for we have reason to think that some of Snowball's secret agents are lurking among us at this moment. Ooh, Doomsayer. Well, I do hope this is not a bottle of pee. Four days later in the afternoon, Napoleon ordered all the animals to assemble in the yard. When they were all gathered together, Napoleon emerged from the farmhouse, wearing both his medals. Really? Clothing? What's wrong with you? for he had recently awarded himself Animal Hero First Class and Animal Hero Second Class, with his 9 huge dogs frisking around him and uttering growls that sent shivers down all the animals' spines. They all cowered silently in their places, seeming to know in advance that some terrible thing was about to happen. Napoleon stood sternly, surveying his audience, and then he uttered a high-pitched whimper. Immediately, the dogs bounded forward, seized 4 of the pigs by the ear and dragged them squealing with pain and terror to Napoleon's feet. The pigs' ears were bleeding. The dogs had tasted blood, and for a few moments they appeared to go quite mad. To the amazement of everybody, 3 of them flung themselves upon Boxer. Boxer saw them coming and put out his great hoof, caught a dog in midair and pinned him to the ground. The dog shrieked for mercy, and the other 2 fled with their tails between their legs. Boxer looked at Napoleon to know whether he should crush the dog to death or let it go. Napoleon appeared to change countenance and sharply ordered Boxer to let the dog go, whereat Boxer lifted his hoof, and the dog slunk away, bruised and howling. Presently, the tumult died down. The 4 pigs waited, trembling, with guilt written on every line of their countenances. Napoleon now called upon them. To confess their crimes. They were the same 4 pigs as had protested when Napoleon abolished the Sunday meetings. Without any further prompting, they confessed that they had been secretly in touch with Snowball ever since his expulsion, that they had collaborated with him in destroying the windmill, and that they had entered into an agreement with him to hand over the animal farm to Mr. Frederick. They added that Snowball had privately admitted to them that he had been Jones's secret agent for years past. When they had finished their confession, the dogs promptly tore their throats out, and in a terrible voice Napoleon demanded whether any other animal had anything to confess. The 3 hens who had been the ringleaders in attempted rebellion over the eggs now came forward and stated that Snowball had appeared to them in a dream and incited them to disobey Napoleon's orders. They too were slaughtered. Then a goose came forward and confessed to having secreted 6 ears of corn during last year's harvest and eaten them in the night. Then the sheep confessed to having urinated in the drinking pool, urged to do this, so she said, by Snowball, and 2 other sheep confessed to having murdered an old ram, an especially devoted follower of Napoleon, by chasing him round and round a bonfire when he was suffering from a cough. They was all slain on the spot, and so the tale of confessions and executions went on, until there was a pile of corpses laying before Napoleon's feet, and the air was heavy with the smell of blood, which had been unknown there since the expulsion of Jones. When it was all over, the remaining animals, except for the pigs and dogs, crept away in a body. They were shaken and miserable. They did not know which was more shocking, the treachery of the animals who had leagued themselves with Snowball, or the cruel retribution they had just witnessed. In the old days there had often been scenes of bloodshed equally terrible, but it seemed to all of them that it was far worse now than it was happening among themselves. So that was another doctrine, by the way, don't kill each other. Not even a rat had been killed. They had made their way on to the little knoll where the half-finished mill stood, and with one accord they all lay down, as though huddling together for warmth. Clover, Muriel, Benjamin, the cows, and the sheep, and the whole flock of geese and the hens, everyone, indeed, except the cat, who had suddenly disappeared just before Napoleon ordered the animals to assemble. For some time nobody spoke. Only Boxer ordered the animals to assemble. For some time only Boxer remained on his feet. He fidgeted to and fro, swishing his long black tail against his sides and occasionally uttering a little whinny of surprise. Finally he said, "I do not understand it." And he's tending to Sean Connery now. "I would not have believed that such things could happen in our farm. It must be due to some fault in ourselves. The solution, as I see it, is to work harder. From now onwards I shall get up a full hour earlier in the morning." And he moved off at his lumbering trot and made for the quarry. Having got there, he collected 2 successive loads of stone and dragged them down to the windmill before retiring for the night. The animals huddled about Clover, not speaking. The knoll where they were laying gave them a wide prospect across the countryside. Most of the animal farm was within their view. The long pasture stretching down the main road, the hayfield of the spinning, the drinking pool, the plough fields where the young wheat was thick and green, and the red roofs of the farm buildings, and the smoke curling from the chimneys. It was a clear spring evening. The grass and the bursting hedges were gilded by the level rays of the sun. Never had the farm, and with a kind of surprise they remembered that it was their own farm. Every inch of it is their own property, appeared to the animals so desirable as a place. As Clover looked down to the hillside, her eyes filled with tears. If she could have spoken her thoughts, it would have been to say that this was not what they had aimed at when they had set themselves years ago to work for the overthrow of the human race. These scenes of terror and slaughter were not what they had looked forward to on the night when old Major first stirred them into rebellion. If she herself had any picture of the future, it had been of a society of animals set free from hunger and the whip, all equal, each working according to his capacity, the strong protecting the weak, as she had protected the lost brood of ducklings with her foreleg on the night of Major's speech. Instead, she did not know why, they had come to a time when no one dared speak his mind, when fierce growling dogs roamed everywhere, and when you had to watch your comrades torn to pieces after confessing to shocking crimes. There was no thought of rebellion or disobedience in her mind. She knew that, even as things were, they were far better off than they had been in the days of Jones, and that before all else it was needful to prevent the return of human beings. Whatever happened, she would remain faithful, work hard, carry out the orders that were given to her, and accept the leadership of Napoleon. But still, it was not for this that she and all the other animals had hoped and toiled. It was not for this that they had built the windmill and faced the bullets of Jones's gun. Okay, they did do it was not twice. Such were her thoughts, though she lacked the words to express them. At last, feeling this to be in some way a substitute for the words she was unable to find, she began to sing the Beasts of England. The other animals sitting around her took it up, and they sang it 3 times over, very tunefully, but slowly and mournfully, in a way they had never sung it before. They had just finished singing it for the 3rd time when Squealer, attended by 2 dogs, approached them with the air of having something important to say. He announced that, by a special decree of Comrade Napoleon, Beast of England is abolished. From now onwards, it was forbidden to sing it. The animals were taken aback. "Why?" cried Muriel. "It's no longer needed, comrade," said Squealer stiffly. "Beast of England was the song of the rebellion, but the rebellion's now completed. The execution of the traitors this afternoon was the final act. The enemy, both external and internal, has been defeated. In Beast of England, we expressed our longing for a better society in days to come, but that society is being established. Clearly, this song no longer has any purpose." Frightened though they were, some of the animals might possibly have protested, but at this moment the sheep set up their usual bleating of 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, which went on for several minutes to put an end to the discussion. So Beast of England was heard no more. In its place, Minmus, the poet, had composed another song which began, Animal farm, never through me shall thou come. Animal farm, never through me shall thou come to harm. And this was sung every Sunday after the hoisting of the flag, but somehow neither of the words nor the tune ever seemed to the animals to come. I know, right? I know, even I tried. Even the Beast of England had a fucking go for it. This poet sucks. There's only a few ways this could really go. Isn't this a cartoon? Or am I just thinking of Wind in the Willows? Even then in Wind in the Willows it gets a bit fucking graphic, right? I might read that next, by the way, Wind in the Willows. Oh. Old books. Old books no one talks about anymore. I do want to read a handful of fucking Orwell stuff, though. I want to get more of these books. You know, I really, really need to pee. Not lit. Oh, since it's not lit, let's go back to reading 8. A few days later, when the terror caused by the executions had died down, some of the animals remembered, or thought they remembered, that the 6th commandment decreed no animal shall kill any other animal. And though no one cared to mention it in the hearing of the pigs or the dogs, it was felt that the killings which had taken place did not square with this. Clover asked Benjamin to read her the 6th commandment, and when Benjamin, as usual, said that he refused to meddle in such matters, she fetched Muriel. Muriel read the commandment for her. It ran, "No animal shall kill any other animal without cause." Somehow or other, the last 2 words had slipped out of the animal's memory. But they saw now that the commandment had not been violated, for clearly there was good reason for killing the traitors who had leagued themselves with Snowball. Is that really the case? Is that the case? I don't think that's the case. Throughout the year, the animals worked even harder than they had worked in the previous year to rebuild the windmill, with walls twice as thick as before, and to finish it by the appointed date, together with the regular work of the farm, was a tremendous labour. This sounds a lot like making a game and working for like EA or, one of those publishers. On Sunday morning, Squealer, holding down a long strip of paper with his trotter, would read out to them lists of figures proving that the production of every class of foodstuff had increased by 200%, 300%, or 500%, as the case might be. The animals saw no reason to disbelieve him, especially as they could no longer remember very clearly what conditions had been like before the rebellion. All the time, there were days when they felt they would sooner have had less figures and more food. Yeah, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? You get told constantly that things have gotten better and you find yourself with less and less. It's almost like this just keeps happening, innit? All orders were now issued through Squealer, or one of the other pigs. Napoleon himself was not seen in public as often as once in a fortnight. When he did appear, he was attended not only by his retinue of dogs, but by a black cockerel who marched in front of him and acted as a kind of trumpeter, letting out a loud cock-a-doodle-doo before Napoleon spoke. Even in the farmhouse, it was said Napoleon inhabited separate apartments from the others. He took his meals alone with 2 dogs to wait upon him, and always ate from the Crown Derby dinner service which had been in the glass cupboard in the drawing room. It was also announced that the gun would be fired every year on Napoleon's birthday, as well as the other 2 anniversaries. I told you, as soon as they did that, I says, here they come, you're going to have one every fucking day eventually. Napoleon was now never spoken of simply as Napoleon. He was always referred to in formal style as our leader, Comrade Napoleon. And this pigs liked to invent for him like such titles as Father of all animals, Terror of mankind, Protector of the sheepfold, Duckling's friend, and the like. In his speeches, Squealer would talk with tears rolling down his cheeks of Napoleon's wisdom and goodness of his heart, and the deep love he bore to all animals everywhere. Oh, great leader. Even and especially the unhappy animals who still lived in ignorance and slavery in other words. It had become usual to give Napoleon the credit for every successful achievement and every stroke of good fortune. You would often hear one hen remark to another, under guidance of our leader, Comrade Napoleon, I have laid 5 eggs in 6 days. Or 2 cows enjoying a drink at the pool would exclaim, thanks to the leadership of Comrade Napoleon, how excellent this water tastes. Sounds like a news report. Sounds like you've gone up to people in the street and gone, what do you think of Comrade Napoleon? I've in the past 6 days, I've laid 5 eggs. Yeah. Not bad, Napoleon. Yeah. Hey, cows, what do you think to Napoleon? It's like, this water tastes good. Moo. Okay. Napoleon, cool. Well done, guys. The general feeling on the farm was well expressed in a poem entitled Comrade Napoleon, which was composed by Minnus and which ran as follows. Friend of fatherless, fountain of happiness, lord of the swill bucket, oh, how my soul is on! For when I gaze at thy calm and commanding eye, like the sun in the sky, Comrade Napoleon, thou art the giver of thou art the giver of all that they creatures love. Full belly twice a day, clean straw to roll upon. Every beast, great or small, sleeps at peace in his stall. Thou watchest over all, Comrade Napoleon. Had I a suckling pig, had I a sucking pig, ere grown as big, even as a pint bottle, or as a rolling pin. Even as a pint bottle, or as a rolling pin. He should have learned to be faithful as true to thee. Yes, his first squeak should be Comrade Napoleon. Napoleon approved of this poem and caused it to be inscribed upon the wall of the big barn at the opposite end of the 7 Commandments. It was surmounted by a portrait of Napoleon in profile, executed as really white pen. Oh! Meanwhile, through the agency of Whymper, Napoleon was engaged in complicated negotiations with Frederick and Pilkington. The pile of timber was still unsold. Oh god, that's right, they're trying to sell wood. Oh, fucking hell. Of the 2, Frederick was the more anxious to get a hold of it, but he would not offer a reasonable price. At the same time, there were renewed rumours that Frederick and his men were plotting to attack Animal Farm and to destroy the windmill, the building of which had aroused furious jealousy in him. Snowball was known to be still skulking in Pinchfield Farm in the middle of the summer, and the animals were alarmed to hear that 3 hens had come forward to confess that, inspired by Snowball, they had entered into a plot to murder Napoleon. They were executed immediately, and fresh precautions for Napoleon's safety were taken. 4 dogs guarded his bed at night. Whoops. 1 at each corner, and the young pig named Pink Eye, was given the task of tasting all his food before he ate it, lest it should be poisoned. Fucking hell. At about the same time it was given out, and Napoleon had arranged to sell the pile of timber to Mr. Pilkington and was also going to enter into a regular agreement for the exchange of certain products between Animal Farm and the Foxwood. The relations between Napoleon and Pilkington, though they were only conducted through whimper, were now almost friendly. The animals distrusted Pilkington as a human being, but greatly preferred him to Frederick, whom they both feared and hated. You really should go with a guy you fear and hate. You really should. You're going to be a lot more cautious and pay a lot more attention. You don't want to make it easy for yourself. You want the guy who's going to cause problems. You need that. As the summer wore on and the windmill neared completion, the rumours of the impending treacherous attack grew stronger and stronger. Frederick, it was said, intended to bring against them 20 men, all armed with guns, and he had already bribed the magistrates and police, so that if he could once get hold of the title deed of Animal Farm, they would ask no questions. Why? Moreover, terrible stories were leaking out from Pinchfield about the cruelties that Frederick practiced upon his animals. He had flogged an old horse to death, he starved his cows, he killed a dog by throwing it into the furnace, he amused himself in the evenings by making cocks fight with splinters of razor blades tied to their spurs. The animals' blood boiled with rage when they heard these things being done to their comrades, and sometimes they clamoured to be allowed to go out in a body and attack Pinchfield Farm, drive out the humans, and set the animals free, but Squealer counselled them to avoid rash actions and trust in Comrade Napoleon's strategy. Nevertheless, feeling against Frederick continued to run high. One Sunday morning, Napoleon appeared in the barn and explained that he had never at any time contemplated selling the pile of timber to Frederick. He considered it beneath his dignity to, he said, to have dealings with scoundrels of that description. The pigeons who were still sent out to spread tidings of the rebellion were forbidden to set foot anywhere on Foxwood, and were also ordered to drop their former slogan of "Death to Humanity." When I was 13 and I got my first guitar, there's a story for that. When I was 13, formed a band with a friend. We made a logo. We had a name. I don't think we had a sound, but we'd done all the hard stuff, I guess. Do you know what we called ourselves? Death to all humanity. You know, typical teenage angst stuff. I just found it funny that I just found it funny that it's not all humanity, but it's there. We called ourselves Deta. Our logo, this is like back in 2003. Our logo was like a heart shape. Drew it out, covered it in barbed wires, made it bleed, made it bigger so it could look good, and did a good job on it. And the D was on one side, and there was an arrow going through, you know, to make the dash for D to all humanity. And it was D, arrow, tar. And it looked good. It looked good, in my opinion. In favour of death to Frederick. In the late summer, yet another of Snowball's machinations was laid bare. The wheat crop was full of weeds, and it was discovered that one of the nocturnal visits Snowball had mixed weed seeds with the corn. Oh, what a twat. A gander who had been privy to the plot had confessed his guilt to Squealer and immediately committed suicide by swallowing deadly nightshade berries. The animals now also learned that Snowball had never, as many of them had believed hitherto, received the order of Animal Hero First Class. So that's been stripped from memory now. You really should read this first and then read 1945, because this feels like it's setting up 1945. It's giving you the whole outline of it, and then in that story you just fucking shoved in it. But this feels like it's outlining it and leading you into it first. This is cool. This was merely a legend which had been spread sometime after the Battle of the Cowshed by Snowball himself. So far from being decorated, he had been censured for showing cowardice in battle. Once again, some of the animals heard this with a certain bewilderment, but Squealer was soon able to convince them that their memories had been at fault. In the autumn, by a tremendous, exhausting effort for the harvest to be gathered at almost the same time, the windmill was finished. The machinery still had to be installed, and Wimper was negotiating to purchase of it, but the structure was completed. In the teeth of every difficulty, in spite of inexperience, of primitive implements, of bad luck and Snowball's treachery, the work had been finished punctually to the very day. Tired out but proud, the animals walked out around their masterpiece, which appeared even more beautiful in their eyes than when it had been built the first time. Moreover, the walls were twice as thick as before. Nothing short of explosives would lay them low this time. And when they thought of how they had laboured, what discouragements they had overcome, and the enormous difference that would be made in their lives when the sails were turning and the dynamos running, and when they thought of all this, their tiredness forsook them, and they gambolled round and round the windmill, uttering cries of triumph. Napoleon himself, attended by his dogs and his cockerel, came down to inspect the completed work. He personally congratulated the animals on their achievement, and announced that the mill would be named Napoleon Mill. Okay. 2 days later, the animals were called together for a special meeting in the barn. They were struck dumb with surprise when Napoleon announced that he had sold the pile of timber to Frederick. Tomorrow, Frederick's... Isn't this the guy you just declared death to? Would arrive and begin carting it away. Throughout the whole period of his seeming friendship with Pilkington, Napoleon had been in secret agreement with Frederick. All relations with Foxwood had been broken off. Insulting messages had been sent to Pilkington. The pigeons had been told to avoid Pinchfield Farm and to alter their slogan from death to Frederick to death to Pilkington. Are you kidding me? At the same time, Napoleon assured the animals that the stories of the impending attack on the animal farm were completely untrue, and that the tales about Frederick's cruelty to his own animals had been greatly exaggerated. All these rumours had probably originated with Snowball and his agents. It now appeared that Snowball was not, after all, hiding on Pinchfield Farm, and in fact had never been there in all his life. He was living in considerable luxury, so it was said, at Foxwood, and had in reality been a pensioner of Pilkington for years past. The pigs were in ecstasies over Napoleon's cunning, but seeming to be friendly with Pilkington, he had forced Frederick to raise his price by £12. But the superior quality of Napoleon's man, said Squealer, was shown in the fact that he trusted nobody, not even Frederick. Frederick had wanted to pay for the timber with something called a cheque, which, it seemed, was a piece of paper with a promise to pay written upon it. But Napoleon was too clever for him. He had demanded payment in real £5 notes, which were to be handed over before the timber was removed. Already Frederick had paid up, and the sum he had paid was just enough to buy the machinery for the windmill. Meanwhile, the timber was being carted away at a high speed. When it was all gone, another special meeting was held at the barn for the animals to inspect Frederick's banknotes. Smiling beatifically, and wearing both his decorations, Napoleon reposed on a bed of straw on a platform. Why am I expecting a short guy? With the money at his side, neatly piled on a china dish from the farmhouse kitchen. The animals filed slowly past, and each gazed at his fill. And the boxer put out his nose to sniff at the banknotes and the flimsy white things that stared unrushly beneath his gaze. 3 days later, there was a terrible hullabaloo. Wimper, his face deadly pale, came racing up the path on his bicycle, flung it down in the yard, and rushed straight into the farmhouse. The next moment, a choking roar of rage sounded from Napoleon's apartments. The news of what had happened sped round the farm like wildfire. The banknotes were forgeries. Frederick had got the timber for nothing. Napoleon called the animals together immediately, and in a terrible voice pronounced the death sentence upon Frederick. When captured, he said Frederick should be boiled alive. At the same time, he warned them that after this treacherous deed, the worst was to be expected. Frederick and his men might make their long-expected attack at any moment. Sentinels were placed at all the approaches to the farm. In addition, 4 pigeons were sent to Foxwood with a conciliatory message, which it was hoped to re-establish good relations with Pilkington. You guys do not know how to do war. This is so bad. You're doing such a bad job. You get that, right? The very next morning the attack came. The animals were at breakfast when the lookouts came racing in with news that Frederick and his followers had already come through the far-side gate. Boldly enough, the animals sallied forth to meet them, but this time they did not have the easy victory that they had had in the battle of the cowshed. There were 15 men, with half a dozen guns between them, and they opened fire as soon as they got within 50 yards. The animals could not face the terrible explosions and the stinging pellets, and in spite of the efforts of Napoleon and Boxer to rally them, they were soon driven back. A number of them were already wounded. They took refuge in the farm buildings and peeped cautiously out from the chinks in the knotholes. The whole of the big pasture, including the windmill, was in the hands of the enemy. For the moment, even Napoleon seemed at a loss. He paced up and down without a word, his tail rigid and twitching. Wistful glances were sent in the direction of Foxwood. If Pilkington and his men would help them, the day might yet be won. But at this moment, the 4 pigeons, who had been sent out on the day before, returned, one of them bearing a scrap of paper from Pilkington. On it was penciled the words, "Serves you right." Yes. Meanwhile, Frederick and his men had halted about the windmill. The animals watched them, and a murmur of dismay went around. 2 of the men had produced a crowbar and a sledgehammer. They were going to knock the windmill down. "Impossible!" cried Napoleon. "We have built the walls far too stiff for that. They could not knock it down in a week. Courage! Come out!" But Benjamin was watching the movements of the men intently. The 2 with the hammer and the crowbar were drilling a hole near the base of the windmill. Slowly, and with an air of almost amusement, Benjamin nodded his long muzzle. "I thought so," he said. "Do you not see what they're doing? In another moment they're going to pack blasting powder into that hole." Terrified, the animals waited. It was impossible now to venture out to the shelter of the buildings. After a few minutes, the men were seen to be running in all directions. Then there was a deafening roar. The pigeons swelled into the air, and all the animals, except Napoleon, flung themselves flat onto their bellies and hid their faces. When they got up again, a huge cloud of black smoke was hanging where the windmill had been. Slowly the breeze drifted it away. The windmill had ceased to exist. Oh, come on, man. You didn't even get a chance to build anything. Give me a break. That sucks. At the sight of the animals, courage returned. At this sight, the animals' courage returned to them. The fear and despair they had felt a moment earlier was drowned in their rage against the vile, contemptible act. The mighty cry of vengeance went up, and without waiting for further orders, they charged forth in a body and made straight for the enemy. And this time they did not heed the cruel pellets that swept over them like hail. It was a savage, bitter battle. The men fired again and again, and when the animals got to close quarters, lashed out with their sticks and heavy boots. A cow, 3 sheep, 2 geese were killed. Nearly everyone was wounded. Even Napoleon, who was directing operations from the rear, had the tip of his... What do you think it'll be? Snout. Tail chipped by a pellet. But the men did not go unscathed either. 3 of them had their heads broken by blows from Boxer's hoofs. Another was gored in belly by a cow's horn. Another had his trousers nearly torn off by Jessie and Bluebell. And when the 9 dogs of Napoleon's own bodyguard, whom he had instructed to make a detour under the cover of the hedge, suddenly appeared on the men's flank, baying ferociously, panic overtook them. They saw that they were in danger of being surrounded. Frederick shouted to his men to get out while the going was good. The next moment, the cowardly enemy was running for dear life. The animals chased them right down to the bottom of the field and got in some last kicks as they forced their way through the thorn hedge. They had won, but they were weary and bleeding. Slowly they began to limp back towards the farm. The sight of their dead comrades stretched upon the grass moved some of them to tears, and for a little while they halted in sorrowful silence at the place where the windmill had once stood. Yes, it was gone. Almost the last trace of their labour was gone. Even the foundations were partially destroyed, and in rebuilding it, they could not this time, as before, make use of the fallen stones. This time the stones had vanished too. The force of the explosion had flung them to distances hundreds of yards. It was as though the windmill had never even been. It was almost as though the windmill had never been. There we go, that works better. Good writing. As they approached the farm, Squealer, who had unaccountably been absent during the fighting, came skipping towards them, whisking his tail and beaming with satisfaction, and the animals heard, from the direction of the farm buildings, the solemn booming of a gun. "What's that firing for?" said Boxer. "To celebrate our victory." "What victory?" said Boxer. His knees were bleeding. He's lost his shoe. He's split his hoof. Dozen pellets lodged himself in his hind leg. What victory, comrade? No, sorry. What victory, comrades? Have we not driven the enemy off our soil, the sacred soil of Animal Farm? But they've destroyed the windmill, and we worked on it for 2 years. What matter? We'll build another windmill. We'll build 6 windmills, if we feel like it. You not appreciate it, comrade, the mighty thing that we've done. The enemy was in occupation of this very ground that we stand upon, and now, thanks to the leadership of Comrade Napoleon, we have won every inch of it back again. And we have won back what we had before, said Boxer. That is our victory, said Squealer. They limped into the yard. The pellets under the skin of Boxer's leg smarted painfully. He saw ahead of him the heavy labour of rebuilding the windmill from the foundations, and already in imagination he braced himself for the task. But for the first time it occurred to him that he was 11 years old, and that perhaps his great muscles were not quite what they had once been. But when the animals saw the green flag flying, heard the gun firing again, 7 times it was fired in all, and heard the speech that Napoleon made, congratulating them on their conduct, it did seem to them, after all, that they had won a great victory. The animals slain in battle were given a solemn funeral. Boxer and Clover pulled the wagon which served as a hearse, and Napoleon himself walked at the head of the procession. 2 whole days were given over to celebrations. There were songs, speeches, and more firing of the gun, and a special gift of an apple was bestowed on every animal. Yeah, I wonder how fucking many you've got, you cunt. With 2 ounces of corn for each bird and 3 biscuits for each dog. It was announced that the battle would be called the Battle of the Windmill, and that Napoleon had created a new decoration, the Order of the Green Banner, which he had conferred upon himself. In the general rejoicings, the unfortunate affair of the banknotes was forgotten. Yeah. I think you're in cahoots. I think you're working together. It was a few days later than this that the pigs came upon a case of whiskey in the cellars of the farmhouse. No consuming of alcohol, remember. No consuming of the vices of humanity. It had been overlooked at the time when the house was first occupied. That night there came from the farmhouse the sound of loud singing, in which, to everyone's surprise, the strains of Beasts of England were mixed up. At about 9:30, Napoleon, wearing an old bowler hat of Mr. Jones's, was distinct. I'm pretty sure they said no hats, too. Was distinctly seen to emerge from the back door, gallop rapidly round the yard, and disappear indoors again. But in the morning a deep silence hung over the farmhouse. Not a pigeon appeared to be stirring. It was nearly 9 o'clock when Squealer made his appearance, walking slowly and dejectedly, his eyes dull, his tail hanging limpidly behind him, and with every appearance of being seriously ill. He called the animals together and told them that he had a terrible piece of news to impart. Comrade Napoleon was dying. Now he's fucking hungover. We call it a hangover, you dickhead. You drank too much. A cry of lamentation went up. Straw was laid down outside the doors of the farmhouse, and the animals walked in tiptoe. With tears in their eyes, they asked one another what they should do if their leader were taken away from them. A rumour went around that Snowball had after all contrived to introduce poison into Napoleon's alcohol food. At 11 o'clock, Squealer came out to make another announcement. As his last act upon earth, Comrade Napoleon has pronounced a solemn decree The drinking of alcohol was to be punished by death. Yeah, because that's what you feel like. By the evening, however, Napoleon appeared to be somewhat better. And the following morning, Squealer was able to tell them that he was well on the way to recovery. By the evening of that day, Napoleon was back at work, and on the next day, it was learned that he had instructed Whymper to purchase in Wellington some booklets on brewing and distilling. Motherfucker. A week later, Napoleon gave orders that the small paddock beyond the orchard, which had previously been intended to set aside as grazing ground for the animals who were past work, was to be ploughed up. It was to be given to the pasture. It was to be given out that the pasture was exhausted and needed reseeding, but it soon became known that Napoleon intended to sow it with barley. At this time, there occurred a strange incident which hardly anyone was able to understand. One night, at about 12 o'clock, there was a loud crash in the yard, and the animals rushed out of their stalls. It was a moonlit night. At the foot of the end of the wall of the big barn, where the 7 commandments were written, there lay a ladder broken in 2 pieces. Squealer, temporarily stunned, was sprawling beside it. I wonder who fell off of the ladder. And near the end there lay a lantern, a paintbrush, and an overturned pot of white paint. See how I saw that coming? The dogs immediately made a ring round Squealer and escorted him back to the farmhouse as soon as he was able to walk. None of the animals could form any idea as to what this meant, except old Benjamin, who nodded his muzzle with a knowing air and seemed to understand, but would say nothing. But a few days later, Muriel, reading over the 7 commandments to herself, noticed that there was yet another of them which the animals had remembered wrong. They had thought the 5th commandment was no animal shall drink alcohol, but there were 2 words that they had forgotten. Actually, the commandment read, no animal shall drink alcohol to excess. 8. 9. We did 8, didn't we? 10 pages left. It's a fucking deep story though, isn't it? It's all in there. It's only like fucking 50 pages, but it's all in there. It's dense fucking writing. I like it. I like how dense it is. Forgive me for taking a moment. Chapter 9. Boxer's split hoof was a long time in healing. They had started the rebuilding of the windmill the day after the victory celebrations were ended. Boxer refused to take even a day off work, and made it a point of honour not to let it be seen that he was in pain. In the evenings he would admit privately to Clover that the hoof troubled him a great deal. Clover treated the hoof with poultices of herbs, which she prepared by chewing them, and both she and Benjamin urged Boxer to work less hard. Horses' lungs do not last forever, she said to him, but Boxer would not listen. He had, he said, only one real ambition left: to see the windmill well underway before he reached the age of retirement. At the beginning, when the laws of Animal Farm were first formulated, the retiring age had been fixed for horses and pigs at 12, for cows at 14, for dogs at 9, sheep at 7, hens and geese at 5. Liberal old age pensions had been agreed upon. As yet no animal had actually retired on pension, but of late the subject had been discussed more and more. Now that the small field beyond the orchard had been set aside for barley, it was rumoured that the corner of the large pasture was to be fenced off and turned into grazing ground for superannuated animals. For a horse, it was said, the pension would be £5 of corn a day, in winter £15 of hay, with a carrot or possibly an apple on public holidays. Possibly? What the fuck? Boxer's 12th birthday was due in late summer of the following year. Oh, dude, you're not gonna fucking see that windmill. Meanwhile, life was hard. The winter was as cold as the last one had been, and food was even shorter. That's funny. Thought he was up a few 100%. Once again, all rations were reduced, except those of the pigs and the dogs. Too rigidly, equality in rations, Squealer explained, would have been contrary to the principles of animalism. Communism. In any case, he had no difficulty in proving to the other animals that they were not in reality short of food. Whatever the appearances might be for the time being, certainly it had been found necessary to make a readjustment of rations, and Squealer always spoke of it as readjustment, never as a reduction. You're hearing that? You ever heard that word before? We're restructuring corporations. We're doing a readjustment. You ever heard that before? Now you know what? Now you know what it means. But in comparison with the days of Jones, the improvement was enormous. Reading out figures in a shrill, rapid voice, he proved to them in detail that they had more oats, more hay, more turnips than they had in Jones's day, that they had worked shorter hours, that their drinking water was of better quality, that they had lived longer, and a larger proportion of their young ones survived infancy, and that they had more straw in their stalls and suffered less from fleas. The animals believed every word of it. Truth to tell, Jones and all he stood for had almost faded out of their memories. They knew that life nowadays was harsh and bare, and that they were often hungry and often cold, and that they were usually working when they were not asleep. But doubtless it had been worse in the old days. They were glad to believe so. Besides, in those days, they had been slaves, and now they're free. And that made all the difference, as Squealer did not fail to point out. There were many more mouths to feed now. In the autumn, the 4 sows had all littered about simultaneously, producing 31 young pigs between them. The young pigs were piebald, and as Napoleon was only boar on the farm, it was possible to guess at their parentage. Was the only boar on the farm? Yeah. It was announced that later, when bricks and timber had been purchased, a schoolroom would be built in the farmhouse garden. For the time being, the young pigs were given their instruction by Napoleon himself in the farmhouse kitchen. They took their exercise in the garden and were discouraged from playing with the other young animals. About this time, too, it was laid down as a rule that when a pig and any other animal met on a path, the other animal must stand aside, and also that all pigs, of whatever degree, were to have the privilege of wearing green ribbons on their tails on Sundays. I feel bad for that mare. But I'm glad she escaped and hopefully lived better. The farm had a fairly successful year, but was still short of money. There were the bricks, sand and lime for the schoolroom to be purchased, and it would all be necessary to begin saving up again for the machinery of the windmill. You bricked it, you didn't machine it. You bricked it, you didn't machine it. You don't have to do that again. What do you mean saving up again? How did you didn't buy anything last time? You didn't even really save up. You just had leftover timber. What about the stuff you're doing now? Give me a break. Why can't you... You see, this is the thing. This is real. This isn't a fucking story. This is reality. This is annoying. This is annoying the shit out of me at how true this is. Oh, God. Why do people behave like this? Then there were the lamp oil and the candles for the house, sugar for Napoleon's own table. He forbade this to the other pigs on the ground that it made them fat. What else is a pig supposed to be? Okay. And all the usual replacements such as tools, nails, string, coal, wire, scrap iron, dog biscuits. A stump of hay in the part of the potato crop were sold off, and the contract for eggs was increased to 600 a week. Oh. So that the year the hens barely hatched enough chicks to keep their numbers at the same level. Rations reduced in December, were reduced again in February. The lanterns in the stores were forbidden to save oil, and the pigs seemed uncomfortable enough, and in fact were putting on weight, if anything. One afternoon in late February, a warm, rich, appetizing scent such as the animals had never smelt before wafted itself across the yard from the little brew house, which had been disused in Jones's time, which had stood beyond the kitchen. Someone said it was the smell of cooking barley. The animals sniffed at the air hungrily and wondered whether a warm mash was being prepared for their supper, but no warm mash appeared. And on the following Sunday it was announced that from now onwards all barley would be reserved for the pigs. Aha! The field beyond the orchard had already been sown with barley, and the news soon leaked that every pig was now receiving a ration of a pint of beer daily, with half a gallon for Napoleon himself, which was always served to him in the Crown Derby soup tureen. But if there were hardships to be borne, they were partly offset by the fact that life nowadays had a greater dignity than it had before. There were more songs, more speeches, more processions. Napoleon had commanded that once a week there should be held something called a spontaneous demonstration. Yeah, spontaneous. This time, every day. Very, very spontaneous. Yes. The object of which was to celebrate the struggles and triumphs of Animal Farm. At the appointed time, the animals would leave their work and march round the precincts of the farm in military formation, with the pigs leading, the horses and the cows, and then the sheep, and then the poultry, and the dogs flanked the procession at the head of the whole march. Napoleon's black cockerel. Oh. Don't worry, I had a viewer about 30 minutes in. No one's watching. Boxer and Clover always carried between them a green banner marked with the hoof and the horn and the caption, "Long live Comrade Napoleon." Afterwards, there were recitations of poems composed of Napoleon's honour, and a speech by Squealer giving particulars of the latest increase in the productions of foodstuffs. On an occasion, a shot was fired from the gun. The sheep were the greatest devotees of the spontaneous demonstration, and if anyone complained, as a few animals sometimes did when the pigs were dogs near, they wasted time and meant a lot of standing about in the cold. The sheep were sure to silence him with a tremendous bleating of 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. But by and large, the animals enjoyed these celebrations. They found it comforting to be reminded that after all they were truly their own masters, that the work they did was for their own benefit, so that with the songs and the processions, squealers, lists of figures, and the thunder of the gun, the crowing of the cockerel, and the fluttering of the flag, they were able to forget that their bellies were empty, at least part of the time. You see, that's what these that's what these cults do. It's a cult, that's all it is. You're tricked into thinking something it's not. In April, Animal Farm was proclaimed as Republic, and it became necessary to elect a president, and there was only one candidate, Napoleon, who was elected unanimously by Napoleon's vote, probably. On the same day it was given out, the fresh documents had been discovered, which revealed further details about Snowball's complicity with Jones. Yeah, because now he's in charge, they can tell him the secrets. The FBI can tell him stuff. It now appeared that Snowball had not, as the animals had previously imagined, merely attempted to lose the battle of the cowshed by means of stratagem, but had been openly fighting on Jones's side. In fact, it was he who had actually been the leader of the human forces and had charged into battle with the words "Long live humanity." on his lips. The wounds on Snowball's back, which a few of the animals still remembered to have seen, had been inflicted by Napoleon's teeth. In the middle of the summer, Moses, the raven, oh fucking hell, the crow, you kidding me? Suddenly reappeared on the farm after an absence of several years. He was quite unchanged, still did no work, and taught the same strain as ever about Sugar Candy Mountain. He would perch on a stump, flap his wings, and talk by the hour to anyone who would listen. "Up there, comrades," he would say solemnly, pointing to the sky with his large beak. "Ah, up there. Up there, just on the other side of that dark cloud. There, you can see. There lies Sugar Candy Mountain. That happy country where we poor animals shall rest forever from our labours." He even claimed that being there on one of his higher flights, and to have seen the everlasting fields of clover and linseed cake and lump sugar growing on the hedges. Many of the animals believed him. Their lives now, they reasoned, were hungry and laborious. Was it not right and just that a better world should exist somewhere else? A thing that was difficult to determine was the attitude of the pigs towards Moses. They all declared contemptuously that his stories about Sugar Candy Mountain were lies, and yet they allowed him to remain on the farm, not working, with an allowance of a gill of beer. He gets beer? What the fuck? After his hoof had healed up, Boxer worked harder than ever. Indeed, all the animals worked like slaves that year. Oh, did they? Shock. Apart from the regular work of the farm and the rebuilding of the windmill, there was a schoolhouse for the young pigs which was started in March. Sometimes the long hours of insufficient food were hard to bear, but Boxer never faltered. In nothing that he said or did was there any sign that his strength was not what it had been. It was only his appearance that was a little altered. His hide was less shiny than it had used to be, because he's not being cared for by a human. And his great haunches seemed to have shrunken, and the others said Boxer will pick up when the spring grass comes on. But the spring came on and Boxer grew no fatter. Sometimes on the slope leading to the top of the quarry, when he braced his muscles against the weight of some vast boulder, it seemed that nothing kept him on his feet except the will to continue. At such times, his lips were seen to form the words, "I will work harder." He had no voice left. Once again, Clover and Benjamin warned him to take care of his health, but Boxer paid no attention. His 12th birthday was approaching. He did not care what happened so long as a good store of stone was accumulated before he went on pension. Late one evening, in the summer, a sudden rumour ran around the farm that something had happened to Boxer. He'd gone out alone to drag a load of stone down to the windmill, and sure enough, the rumour was true. A few minutes later, 2 pigeons came racing in with the news. "Boxer's fallen. He's lying on his side, and he can't get up." This motherfucker's memeing in a book before this fucking meme shows up. "I have fallen and can't get up." Are you kidding me? Congratulations, sir. I love every second of this. Obscurity has made this delightful. About half the animals on the farm rushed out to the knoll, where the windmill stood. There lay Boxer, between the shafts of the cart, his neck stretched out, unable to even raise his head. His eyes were glazed, his eyes matted with sweat. A thin stream of blood had trickled out of his mouth. Clover dropped to her knees at his side. "Boxer," she cried, "how are you?" "Small lung," said Boxer in a weak voice. "It does not matter. I think you will be able to finish the windmill without me. There's a pretty good store of stone accumulated. I had only another month to go in any case, to tell you the truth. I've been looking forward to my retirement, and perhaps, as Benjamin is growing old too, better let him retire at the same time and be a companion to me." "We must get help at once," said Clover. "Run, somebody, tell Squealer what's happened." All the other animals immediately raced back to the farmhouse to give Squealer the news. Only Clover remained, and Benjamin, who lay down at Boxer's side, without speaking, kept the flies off of him with his long tail. After about a quarter of an hour, Squealer appeared. Full of sympathy and concern, he said that Comrade Napoleon has learned of the very deepest distress of this misfortune to one of the most loyal workers on the farm, and was already making arrangements to send Boxer to be treated in the hospital at Willingdon. The animals felt a little uneasy about this, except for Molly and Snowball. No other animal had ever left the farm. They did not like to think of their sick comrade in the hands of human beings. However, Squealer easily convinced them that the veterinary surgeon in Wellington could treat Boxer's case more satisfactorily than could be done on the farm, and about half an hour later, when Boxer had somewhat recovered, he was with difficulty got on his feet and managed to limp back to his stall, where Clover and Benjamin had prepared a good bed of straw for him. The next 2 days Boxer remained in his stall. The pigs had sent out a large bottle of pink medicine, which they had found in the medicine chest in the bathroom, and Clover administered it to the Boxer twice a day after meals. In the evenings she lay in his stall and talked to him, while Benjamin kept the flies off of him. Boxer professed not to be sorry for what had happened. If he had made a good recovery, he might expect to live another 3 years, if he looked forward to the peaceful days that he would spend in the corner of the big pasture. It would be the first time that he had had leisure to study and improve his mind. He intended, he said, to devote the rest of his life to learning the remaining 22 letters of the alphabet. So he knows A, B, C, D. Nothing else. However, Benjamin and Clover would only be with Boxer after working hours. And it was in the middle of the day when the van came to take him away. The animals were all at work, weeding turnips under the supervision of a pig, when they were astonished to see Benjamin come galloping from the direction of the farm building, braying at the top of his voice. It was the first time that they had ever seen Benjamin excited. Indeed, it was the first time that anyone had ever seen him gallop. "Quick, quick!" he shouted. "Come at once! They're taking Boxer away!" Without waiting for orders from the pig, the animals broke off work and raced back to the farm buildings. Sure enough, there in the yard was a large closed van, drawn by 2 horses, with lettering on its side, and a sly-looking man in a low-crowned bowler hat sitting on the driver's seat, and Boxer's stall was empty. The animals crowded round the van. "Goodbye, Boxer!" they chorused. "Goodbye!" "Fools! Fools! Fucking fools!" shouted Benjamin, prancing round them and stamping the earth with his small hoofs. "Fools! Do you not see what's written on the side of that then?" They gave the animals pause, and there was a hush. Muriel began to spell out the words, but Benjamin pushed her aside, and in the midst of a deadly silence he read, "Alfred Simmons, horse slaughterer and glue boiler, Willingdon, dealer in hides and bone meal, kennels supplied." "Do you not understand what that means?" "They're taking Boxer to the knackers." A cry of horror burst from the animal. At this moment the man of the box whipped the horses, and the van moved in the yard at a smart trot. All the animals followed, crying out at the tops of their voices. Clover forced their way to the front. The van began to gather speed. Clover tried to steer her stout limbs to a gallop, and achieved a canter. "Boxer!" she cried. "Boxer! Boxer! Boxer!" And just at this moment, as though he had heard the uproar outside, Boxer's face, with a white stripe down his nose, appeared at the small window at the back of the van. "Come on, man!" "Boxer!" cried Clover in a terrible voice. "Get out, quickly! They're taking you to your death!" All the animals took up the cry of "Get out, Boxer, get out!" but the van was already gathering speed and drawing away from them. It was uncertain whether Boxer had understood what Clover had said, but a moment later his face disappeared from the window, and there was a sound of a tremendous drumming of hoofs inside the van. He was trying to kick his way out. The time had been when a few kicks from Boxer's hoofs would have smashed the van to matchwood, but alas, his strength had left him, and in a few moments the sound of drumming hoofs grew fainter and died away. In desperation, the animals began appealing to the 2 horses which drew the van to stop. "Comrades," they shouted, "don't take your brother to his death." But the stupid brutes, too ignorant... Oh, sorry, it's finished now. But the stupid brutes, too ignorant to realise what was happening, merely set back their ears and quickened their pace. Boxer's face did not reappear at the window. Too late, someone thought of racing ahead and shouting at the far barred gate, and shutting the far barred gate. But in another moment, the van was through it and rapidly disappearing down the road. Boxer was never seen again. Fucking poor Boxer, what the fuck? Poor twat. Kind of feel bad for him, don't you? 3 days later, it was announced that he had died in the hospital at Willingdon in spite of receiving every attention a horse could have. Squealer came to announce the news to the others. He said, been present during Boxer's last hours. It was the most affecting sight I've ever seen, said Squealer, lifting his trotter and wiping away tears. I was at his bedside, at the very least, and at the end, almost too weak to speak. He whispered in my ear, and that his sole sorrow was to have passed on before the windmill was finished. But, comrades, he whispered to me, forward, in the name of rebellion, long live Animal Farm. Long live Comrade Napoleon. Napoleon is always right. Those were his very last words, comrade. Here, Squealer's demeanour suddenly changed. He fell silent for a moment, and his little eyes darted suspicious glances from side to side before he proceeded. It had come to his knowledge, he said, that a foolish and wicked rumour had been circulated at the time of Boxer's removal. Some of the animals had noticed that the van which took Boxer away was marked Horse Slaughterer, and had actually jumped to the conclusion that Boxer had been sent to the knackers. It's almost unbelievable, said Squealer, that any animal could be so stupid. Surely, he cried indignantly, whisking his tail and skipping from side to side. Surely they knew their beloved leader, Comrade Napoleon, better than that. But the explanation was really very simple. The van had previously been the property of the knacker, and had been bought by the veterinary surgeon, who had not yet repainted the old name out. That's all it was. That's how the mistake had arisen. Yeah. Easy. The animals were enormously relieved to hear this, and when Squealer went on to give further graphic details of Boxer's deathbed, and the admirable care that he'd received, and the expensive medicines for which Napoleon had paid without a thought as to the cost, their last doubts disappeared, and the sorrow that they felt for their comrade's death was tempered by the thought that at least he had died happy. Napoleon himself appeared at the meeting on the following Sunday morning, and pronounced a short oration in Boxer's honour. It had not been possible, he said, to bring back their lamented comrade's remains for interment on the farm, but he had ordered a large wreath to be made from the laurels in the farmhouse garden, and sent down to be placed on Boxer's grave. And in a few days' time, the pigs intended to hold a memorial banquet in Boxer's honour. Napoleon ended his speech with a reminder of Boxer's two favourite maxims: I will work harder. Comrade Napoleon's always right. Pretty sure it's not Napoleon's always right. Pretty sure it's not that. Whatever. Maxims, he said, which every animal would do well to adopt as his own. Ooh. On the day appointed for the banquet, a grocer's van drove up from Willingdon and delivered a large wooden crate at the farmhouse. That night there was a sound of uproarious singing, which was followed by what sounded like a violent quarrel, and ended about 11 o'clock with a tremendous crash of glass. No one stirred in the farmhouse before noon on the following day, and the word went out that from somewhere or other the pigs had acquired the money to buy themselves another case of whiskey. Chapter 10. 5 pages left. Years have passed. The seasons have come and gone. The short animal lives fled by. A time came when there was no one who remembered the old days before the rebellion, except for Clover, Benjamin, and Moses the Raven, and a number of the pigs. Muriel was dead. Bluebell, Jessie, and Pincher were dead. Jones, too, was dead. He had died in an inebriate's home. Oh, really? Poor bastard. In another part of the country. Snowball was forgotten. Boxer was forgotten, except by the few who had known him. Clover was an old stout mare now, stiff in the joints with a tendency to rheumy eyes. She was 2 years past the retiring age, but in fact no animal had had ever actually retired. They talk of setting aside a corner of the pasture for superannuated animals had long since been dropped. Napoleon was now a mature boar of 24 stone. Squealer was so fat he could he could with difficulty see out of his eyes. Only old Benjamin was much the same as ever, except for being a little greyer about the muzzle, and since Boxer's death, more morose and taciturn than ever. There were many more creatures on the farm now, though the increase was not so great as had been expected in early years. Many animals had been born to whom the rebellion was only a dim tradition, passed on by word of mouth, and others had been bought who had ever been, and others had been, I reckon that means taught, had been bought who had never heard mention of such a thing in their arrival. Okay, it might be bought. The farm possessed 3 horses now besides Clover. They were fine upstanding beasts, willing workers and good comrades, but very stupid. None of them proved able to learn the alphabet beyond the letter B. That's fun. Okay, they accepted everything that they were told about the rebellion and the principles of animalism, especially from Clover, for whom they had an almost filial respect. But it was doubtful whether they understood very much of it. Shut up! Clover's talking! Keep going! The farm was more prosperous now. I bet it was. And better organised. Yep, sure. It had even been enlarged by 2 fields which had been bought from Mr. Pilkington. The windmill had been successfully completed at last, and the farm possessed a threshing machine and a hay elevator of its own, and various new buildings had been added to it. Whymper had bought himself a dog cart. The windmill, however, had not after all been used for generating electrical power. It was used for milling corn, and brought in a handsome money profit. I bet. The animals were hard at work building yet another windmill. When that one was finished, so it was said, the dynamos would be installed. For the luxuries of which Snowball had once taught the animals to dream, the stalls with electric light and hot and cold water, and the 3-day week were no longer talked about. Napoleon had denounced such ideas as contrary to the spirit of animalism. The truest happiness, he said, lay in working hard and living frugally. Then why are you sitting atop your ivory tower? But again, all of his subjects are dumb, and they won't ask those questions. And when they do ask those questions, they're shut down with, "Do you really want Jones to come back? It was terrible then. This is so much better." Somehow it seemed as though the farm had grown richer without making the animals themselves any richer. I know, right? It's like countries just keep giving away their wealth to people who truly don't deserve it. It's weird, isn't it? Except, of course, for the people up top. Perhaps this was partly because there were so many people up top. It was not that these creatures did not work after their fashion. There was, as Squealer was never tired of explaining, endless work in the supervision and organisation of the farm. Much of this work was a kind that the other animals were too ignorant to understand. Sure, I believe that. For example, Squealer told them that the pigs had to expand enormous labours every day upon mysterious things called files and reports, minutes and memoranda. These were large sheets of paper which had to be closely covered with writing, and as soon as they were so covered, they were burnt in the furnace. This was of the highest importance for the welfare of the farm, Squealer said. But still, neither pigs nor dogs produced any food by their own labour. I know, right? And there were very many of them, and their appetites were always good. As for the others, their life, so far as they knew, was as it had always been. Just from that section, by the way, that paragraph, are you noticing that it's very 1984? Oh yeah, yeah. I know you've forgotten the past, and we're writing all this stuff down, but then we're going to burn it. That sounded familiar. Weird, right? It's like they're throwing stuff into some kind of hole for all the memories. As for the others, their lives, as far as they knew, had always been. They were generally hungry. They slept on straw. They drank from the pool. They laboured in the fields. In winter they were troubled by the cold, and in summer by the flies. Sometimes the older ones among them racked their dim memories and tried to determine whether in early days of the rebellion, when Jones's expulsion was still recent, things had been better or worse than now. They couldn't remember. There was nothing with which they could compare their present lives. They had nothing to go upon except Squealer's lists of figures, which invariably demonstrate that everything was getting better and better, and the animals found the problem insoluble. In any case, they had little time for speculating on such things now. Only old Benjamin professed to remember every detail of his long life, and to know the things that had been, nor ever could be much better or much worse. Hunger, hardship, or disappointment being, so he said, the unalterable law of life. Really? Is that what you're thinking? And yet the animals never gave up hope. More, they never lost, even for an instant, their sense of honour and privilege in being members of Animal Farm. They were still the only farm in the whole country, in all England, owned and operated by animals. Not one of them, not even the newcomers who were being brought from farms 10 or 20 miles away, ever ceased to marvel at that. And when they heard the gun booming and saw the green flag fluttering at the masthead, their hearts swelled with imperishable pride, and the talk turned always towards the old heroic days, the expulsion of Jones, the writing of the 7 Commandments, the great battles in which the human invaders had been defeated. None of the old dreams had been abandoned. The Republic of the Animals, which Major had foretold, when the green fields of England should be untrodden by human feet, was still believed in. Some day it was coming. It might not be soon. It might not be within the lifetime of any animal now living. But it was still coming. But still, it was coming. Even the tune of Beast of England was perhaps hummed secretly here and there. At any rate, it was a fact that every animal on the farm knew it, though no one would have dared to sing it out loud. It might be that their lives were hard, and that not all of their hopes had been fulfilled, but they were conscious that they were not as other animals. If they went hungry, it was not from feeding tyrannical human beings. If they worked hard, it was not. At least they worked for themselves. No creature among them went upon 2 legs. No creature called any other creature master. No. You call them leader instead. What's the difference? What? You need to, with all your skills of reading, look up the definitions of synonyms, and then look at master. Please. All animals were equal. One day in early summer, Squealer ordered the sheep to follow him, and led them out to a piece of waste ground at the other end of the farm, which had become overgrown with birch saplings. The sheep spent the whole day there, browsing at the leaves under Squealer's supervision. In the evening he returned to the farmhouse himself, but as it was warm weather, he told the sheep to stay where they were. It ended by their remaining there for a whole week. During the time, the other animals saw nothing of them. Squealer was with them for the greater part of every day. He was, he said, teaching them to sing a new song for which privacy was needed. It was just after the sheep had returned on a pleasant evening, when the animals had finished work and were making their way back to the farm buildings, that the terrified neighing of a horse sounded from the yard. Startled, the animals stopped in their tracks. It was Clover's voice. She neighed again, and all the animals broke into a gallop and rushed into the yard. They saw what Clover had seen. It was a pig walking on his hind legs. It was Squealer. A little awkwardly, as though not quite as supporting his considerable bulk in that position, but with perfect balance, He was strolling across the yard, and a moment later, out from the door of the farmhouse came a long file of pigs, all walking on their legs. This is terrifying. I'm scared. Some did not. Some did it better than others. One or two were even trifle unsteady, and looked as though they would have liked the support of a stick. But every one of them made his way right round the yard successfully, and finally there was a tremendous baying of dogs and shrill crowing from the black cockerel, and out came Napoleon himself, majestically upright, casting haughty glances from side to side, and with his dogs gambolling around him. He carried a whip in his trotter. There was a deadly silence. Amazed, terrified, huddling together, the animals watched the long line of pigs march slowly round the yard. It was as though the world had turned upside down. Then there came a moment when the first shock had worn off, and when, in spite of everything, in spite of their terror of the dogs, and of the habit developed through long years of never complaining, never criticising, no matter what happened, they might have uttered some words in protest. But just at that moment, as though at a signal, all the sheep burst out into a tremendous bleating of 4 legs good, 2 legs better, 4 legs good, 2 legs better. No! It went on for 5 minutes without stopping. Thank you. Now I've got that in my head. And by the time the sheep had quieted down, the chance to utter any protest had passed, for the pigs had marched back into the farmhouse. Oh! Benjamin felt a nose nuzzling at his shoulder. He looked around. It was Clover. Her old eyes looked dimmer than ever. Without saying anything, she tugged gently at his mane and led him round the end of the big barn, where the 7 commandments were written. I'm with you, I'm with you. For a minute or two, they stood gazing at the tattered wall with its white lettering. My sight is failing, she said finally. Even when I was young, I could not have read what was written here. But it appears to me our wall looks different. Are the 7 commandments the same as they used to be, Benjamin? For once, Benjamin consented to break his rule, and he read out to her what was written on the wall. There was nothing there now except a single commandment, and it ran, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. After that, it did not seem strange when the next day the pigs who were supervising the work of the farm all carried whips in their trotters. It did not seem strange to learn that the pigs had bought themselves a wireless set, were arranging to install a telephone, and had taken out subscriptions to John Bull, Titbits, and the Daily Mirror. It did not seem strange when Napoleon was seen strolling in the farmhouse garden with a pipe in his mouth. No, not even when the pigs took Mr. Jones's clothes out of the wardrobes and put them on. Napoleon himself appearing in a black coat, rat-catcher breeches, and leather leggings, while his favourite sow appeared in the watered silk dress which Mrs. Jones had been used to wear on Sundays. A week later in the afternoon. Now I'm imagining Mrs. Jones looking like a pig, not the other way around. A week later in the afternoon, a number of dog carts drove up to the farm. A deputation of neighbouring farmers had been invited to make a tour of the inspection. They were shown all over the farm and expressed great admiration for everything they saw, especially the windmill. The animals were weeding the turnip field. They worked diligently, hardly raising their faces from the ground, and not knowing whether to be more frightened of the pigs or of the human visitors. That evening, loud laughter and bursts of singing came from the farmhouse, and suddenly, at the end of the mingled voices, the animals were stricken with curiosity. Sorry, at the sound of mingled voices. What could be happening in there? now that for the first time animals and human beings were meeting on terms of equality. With 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 one accord, they begin to creep as quietly as possible into the farmhouse garden. And at the gate they paused, half frightened to go on, but Clover led the way in. They tiptoed up to the house, such animals as were tall enough peered in at the dining room window. There were round a long table sat half a dozen farmers, half a dozen more of eminent pigs, Napoleon himself occupying the seat of honour at the head of the table. The pigs appeared completely at ease in their chairs. The company had been enjoying a game of cards, but had been broke off for a moment, evidently in order to drink a toast. A large jug was circulating, and the mugs were being refilled with beer. No one noticed the wondering faces of animals that gazed in the window. I was wondering if anyone was going to see. Mr. Pilkington of Foxwood had stood up, his mug in his hand. In a moment he said he would ask the present company to drink a toast, but before doing so there were a few words that he felt it incumbent upon him to say. It was a source of great satisfaction to him, he said, and he was sure to all others present to feel that a long period of mistrust and misunderstanding had now come to an end. There had been a time, not only that he or any of the present company had shared such sentiment, but there had been a time when the respected proprietors of Animal Farm had been regarded, he would not say with hostility, but perhaps with a certain measure of misgiving, by their human neighbours. Unfortunate incidents had occurred, mistaken ideas had been current. It had been felt that the existence of a farm owned by and operated by pigs was somehow abnormal, and was liable to have an unsettling effect in the neighbourhood. Too many farmers had assumed, without due inquiry, that on such a farm a spirit of licence and indiscipline would prevail. They had been nervous about the effects upon their own animals, or even upon the human employees, but all such doubts were now dispelled. Today he and his friends had visited Animal Farm and inspected every inch of it with their own eyes. And what did they find? Not only the most up-to-date methods, but a discipline and an orderliness which should be an example to all farmers everywhere. He believed that he was right in saying that the lower animals on Animal Farm did more work and received less food than any animals in the country. Indeed, he and his fellow visitors today had observed many features which they intended to introduce in their own farms immediately. He would end his remarks, he said, by emphasizing once again that the friendly feelings that subsisted and ought to subsist between Animal Farm and its neighbours, between pigs and human beings, there was not, and there need not be, any clash of interests anywhere. Their struggles and their difficulties were one. Was not the labour problem the same everywhere? Here it becomes apparent that Mr. Pilkington was about to spring some carefully prepared witticism on the company, but for a moment he was too overcome by amusement to be able to utter it. After much choking, during which his various chins turned purple. He's a fat cunt. Love it. I love it. He's real fat too. He managed to get it out. If you have. I'll do the drinking bit too. If you have your lower animals to contend with. He said, we have our lower classes. Oh, do you now? Huh? Weird. Strange connection you're making there. I like how you're spelling it out in the end of the podcast. This bon mot set the table in a roar, and Mr. Pilkington once again congratulated the pigs on the low rations, the long working hours, and the general absence of pampering which he had observed on Animal Farm. And now, he said finally, he would ask the company to rise to their feet and make certain that their glasses were full. Gentlemen, Mr. Pilkington, concluded Mr. Pilkington. Gentlemen, I give you toast, yes, to the prosperity of Animal Farm. There was enthusiastic cheering and stamping of the feet. Napoleon was so gratified that he left his place and came round the table to clink his mug against Mr. Pilkington's before emptying it. When the cheering had died down, Napoleon, who had remained on his feet, intimated that he too had a few words to say. Like all of Napoleon's speeches, it was short and to the point. He said, was happy that the period of understanding was at an end. For a long time there had been rumours circulating, he had reason to think, by some malignant enemy, that there was something subversive and even revolutionary in the outlook of himself and his colleagues. They had been credited with attempting to stir up rebellion among the animals on neighbouring farms. Nothing could be further from the truth. Their sole wish now and in the past was to live at peace and in normal business relations with their neighbours. This farm, which he had the honour to control, he added, was a cooperative enterprise. The title deeds, which were in his own possession, were owned by the pigs jointly. He did not believe, he said, that any of the old suspicions still lingered, but certain changes had been made recently in the routine of the farm which should have the effect of promoting confidence still further. Hitherto the animals on the farm had a rather foolish custom of addressing one another as comrade. This was to be suppressed. There had also been a very strange custom, whose origin was unknown, of marching every Sunday morning past the boar's skull, which was nailed to a post in the garden. This too would be suppressed, and the skull had already been buried. His visitors might have observed, too, the green flag which flew from the masthead. If so, they would perhaps have noted that the white hoof and the horn, which had been previously marked, had now been removed. It would be a plain green flag from now onwards. He had only one criticism, he said, to make of Mr. Pilkington's excellent and neighbourly speech. Mr. Pilkington had referred throughout to Animal Farm. He could not, of course, know, for he, Napoleon, was only now for the first time announcing it, that the name Animal Farm had been abolished. Henceforward, the farm was to be known as the Manor Farm. Fuck off! We're just going round in circles, which he believed was its correct original name. Gentlemen, concluded Napoleon. Gentlemen, concluded Napoleon, I will give you the same toast as before, but in a different form. Fill your glasses to the brim. Gentlemen, here is my toast. There's lots of butter on it, it's why it's dripping. Yes, that is my toast. To the prosperity of the Manor Farm! Yes! There was the same hearty cheering as before, and the mugs were emptied to the dregs. But as the animals outside gazed at the scene, it seemed to them that some strange thing was happening. What was it that had altered in the faces of the pigs? Clover's dim old eyes flitted from one face to another. Some of them had 5 chins, some had 4, some had 3. But what was it that seemed to be the melting and changing? Then, the applause having come to an end, the company... They've got fucking hands! The pigs have hands! That's the sign of a human. You've got hands. Oh, that's mad. Okay. I'm in. Melting and changing. Then, the applause having come to an end, the company took up their cards and continued the game that had been interrupted, and the animals crept silently away. But they had not gone 20 yards when they stopped short. An uproar of voices was coming from the farmhouse. They rushed back and looked through the window again. Yes, a violent quarrel was in progress. There were shoutings, bangings on the table, sharp suspicious glances, furious denials. They're playing poker, fuck off. The source of the trouble appeared to be that Napoleon and Mr. Pilkington had each played an ace of spades simultaneously. Oh, someone's cheating! No! Do you think the pig's gonna cheat? I think the pig will be cheating. 12 voices were shouting in anger, and they were all alike No question. No question now what had happened to the faces of the pigs. The creatures outside looked from pig to man, and from man to pig, and from pig to man again, but already it was impossible to say which was which. Neat story. Cool story, brah. Oh, that's not the one, is it? Not you. Not you. Oh, that's right. I didn't do that, did I? No, I'm an idiot. I did it like this. I need to do that. There we go. That was Animal Farm. I think what I like about these stories is they don't end the way you expect them to end. It feels like the stop short, but I kind of get it. I kind of get what he's doing there. I like it. I like that I had questions. I like that they've not been answered. I like that I've got this world in my head that I've pictured. I have a kind of idea of where things are location-wise. So yeah. 5 hours, 21 minutes, 2 viewers. 8 seconds in total. Sorry, 8 seconds average view. Can't tell you the total until the stream's over. But I'm guessing the total is, obviously, it's got to be double, so it's got to be 18, 17, 18. Fucking Animal Farm. Yeah, if you can't make connections when reading this book, and you don't understand what you're reading, it's not that you can't be helped, it's that there's no point in bashing you over the head with it. Just keep reading it until it makes sense. I think that's the only way to put it. And I do think you need to be of a certain age to understand what's happening. Because, yeah. Oh, we've got another one. Well, I'm about... Yeah. The book's finished. The book's finished. We've finished the book. It's been 5 hours and 20 minutes. It's finished. But you're going to be the third viewer, which is going to knock down that timer, I expect. But I had fun. So it's like 10 pages an hour. Yeah. 10 pages an hour. That's about right. Um... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I mean, I had fun reading. Some fucking gnarly scenes in that book as well. 'Cause, yeah, I don't know what I want to do. I mean, I had fun reading. Some fucking gnarly scenes in that book as well. 'Cause, yeah, I don't know what I want to do. I mean, I had fun reading. Some fucking gnarly scenes in that book as well. 'Cause, not as gory as the. It's 1984. It's not that bad. But this. Ooh, that was good. Is there a movie of this? I think it's a cartoon, right? Whoops. I think it's a cartoon. Yeah, yeah, I recognize it actually. Why does this feel like it's a kids movie? It's drawn like it's a kids film, but is it gonna have the same level of gonna call it violence? I suppose we'll call it violence. I guess I'm watching the movie next. $2? I don't want to do it for 2 hours. I mean, it was only like fucking 5 to read. If you really want to cut back on that and just watch the movie for 2 hours, I should just read it. Just read it. Better. Oh, hello, viewer. What do you think after 5 hours and 26 minutes I'm not going to notice that one person showed up? But, like this book shows, just a load of pigs. All you are. No matter who I look through this fucking glass window at, can't tell who's who. You all look the same to me. Come on. Send a chat message in protest. Oh no, but it's me. You like me, don't you? Well, you know what? Now that I've had to say something, no. The answer's just no. Oh, fine, be like that, you man. Yeah. Yeah, me be like that. That's the way that is. Oh god, this guy's been streaming for 5 hours and 26 minutes. You know what we should do? Stare at him and just see what he's doing. That's an extra view, but it's not, sorry, it's the same person. Someone's been popping back. I think that's like the 3rd time you pop back. It must be because I've seen that ticket go up a few. Is there anyone there? If there's nobody there, then I'm going to go. This is me going. Alright. So you've got 30 seconds or so. Let me know. So I'll even count it. What's it been? 5 seconds? 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.